Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump's global military alliance exposes deep state operatives who planned America's total destruction through mind control, bioweapons, trafficking children, and poisoning the earth while under mainstream media protection. Judy note, 10 top secret deep state operatives have been exposed. Traitors who planned America's total destruction while the mainstream media and globalist cabal kept them hidden. Along with the traitors, Project Trinity also came to light. Trinity was a Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem black op network that blocked the gold-backed quantum financial system and NESARA activation. They wanted to keep us in debt slavery, but White Hats made sure the new financial system was now fully online. This week, EBS, blackout, martial law, Tier 4B rollout. Sunday, February 8th, global EBS countdown begins. Underground operations. Military units have overtaken underground deep state facilities in major cities worldwide, including Washington, D.C., London, and Berlin. These strongholds full of surveillance equipment and servers are now under control for the first time. The cabal's backbone has been crushed. Media blackout, major news networks, tech giants, and social media are under military control. Propaganda will be wiped out, making way for unfiltered truth. CEOs in these networks have resigned or vanished in the past few weeks, knowing what's coming. Strategic power outages. The power grids in urban centers are primed for controlled shutdowns, ensuring deep state operatives cannot use backup systems to interfere with the broadcast. Expect intermittent outages. These are not accidents. They are steps to secure EBS integrity. What will the EBS uncover? Revealing the cabal's operations. The EBS will broadcast hidden files, over 50 terabytes of classified documents, eyewitness testimony, and more. You'll see evidence of how the WEF, Bilderberg, and other elite circles manipulated global economies and governments for their sinister goals. Human trafficking networks. Shocking truths will expose global trafficking rings, tunnels beneath major cities, similar to those near Epstein's properties, were uncovered. Military raids in locations like Ukraine, Haiti, and Antarctica have saved thousands. Get ready for sickening details the deep state tried to bury. Election manipulation unveiled. Evidence of 2020 election fraud will be revealed, showing the deep state's reach in rigging elections and keeping Trump from office. The same people behind this have been also been meddling in elections worldwide. Some are already in custody as we speak. Mass arrests and tribunals begin. High-profile arrests. Since Trump's return, arrests have escalated. Military tribunals are underway, with over 500 deep state figures detained. Justice is imminent. Financial kingpins seized. Elite families, including Rothschilds and Rockefellers, have been captured, facing charges from currency manipulation to funding black ops. Their role in market crashes and laundering will be exposed. Hollywood's collapse. Executive directors and actors have been implicated in deep state rituals, with evidence seized. Hollywood's web of deception is disintegrating. Global takedown underway. Leaders from deep state-aligned countries, like Canada, Australia, and Germany, are under investigation, some reportedly under house arrest. Military takeovers are happening quietly, ensuring deep state networks crumble. EBS launch imminent. The world will momentarily go dark, but soon 10 days of unfiltered truth will broadcast to every home. Prepare for a cascade of revelations that will change everything. Military action for secure transition. Neutralizing biolabs. Special forces are actively dismantling hidden labs, preparing bioweapons. Labs in Eastern Europe and Asia have already been seized. Cybersecurity dominance. Military hackers have seized deep state servers, nullifying their grip on stocks, crypto, and infrastructure. Digital warfare is under control, preventing civil unrest. Military checkpoints will prevent organized deep state-led riots. Patriots, remain vigilant. This is a temporary but necessary action for safety and order. Stay alert, the final storm is here. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, Juan O'Savin drops the bomb. The Super Bowl ritual ends. The real fun explodes directly after 2/8/2026. Patriots, buckle up. The storm is unleashing. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Juan O'Savin just lit the fuse on Rumble with a message straight from the high tower that has every true Patriot's blood pumping. The so-called Super Bowl on February 8th, 2026. That massive global spectacle isn't just a game. It's the final satanic ritual halftime show, a calculated spell to seal portals between the godly realm and the dark side, breaking the eight, culminating in the death of everything good and godly before their twisted spring renewal. They push this trance of hell, every move toward the goal, a mockery of truth, every halftime a direct invocation from the pit. The fun begins directly after 2/8/2026. Forget the puppy show on the field. What comes next will make that look like child's play. Q drop 2843 echoes loud and clear. The fun begins directly after. We'll make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Patriots versus Seahawks? Symbolic. The turning point. Monsters going back in their boxes. Deep state strongholds crumbling as we speak. Juan confirms. Allied Special Forces, Delta SEALs, already inside, raiding dumps at warp speed. Thousands of trafficked children rescued in the last days alone. Adrenochrome labs reduced to rubble. Black nobility bloodlines rounded up. Foreign troops, once loyal to the cabal, now flipping under Trump continuity command. The Rothschild Swift system seized. Central banks taken offline. Forever by the White Hats. This isn't theory. It's happening now. The woman, given wings of the great eagle, flees the serpent. Revelations 12:14, nourished for a time, times and a half a time. We're in that window. The portals are sealing tight against the enemy. Their rituals fail, their spells break. Christ renews, not their fake spring, but true resurrection power. Anons, the exact effects are hitting. Switch channels on their halftime hell. Tune into the real show. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state on the brink of total annihilation. The consuming fire is coming. Prepare. The final phase is here. The kill shot activated. Hold the line, digital soldiers. The storm hits full force right after the whistle blows on 2/8. Trump's plan orchestrated every step. Q Team's Christmas truths were just the warm-up. This Super Bowl ritual marks the end of their game and the beginning of ours. Enjoy the show, Patriots. It's going to be biblical. The monsters are boxed. The light prevails. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come.
Or, you said a big marker is the Super Bowl. So is this Super Bowl a big marker? I will tell you what's a big marker, though.
Within the Q world, one of the big references that the Super Bowl, which this is unique. This is the first time in history that the Super Bowl will have been televised live in every country in the world. You know, they certainly have had a worldwide audience.
I've never heard that.
It's the very first time. And of course, then the question is, once you've established you have that capability live, are there events then coming shortly where that would be a needed thing?
Happen overnight, right, Juanito?
Oh, yeah. We're in the zone. Absolutely in the zone.
Sunday, February 8th, 2026. Project Odin with martial law will go together with the EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Odin means observe, detect, identify, neutralize. During the EBS, every major media channel on the planet will be quieted. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life patents and the new Earth. Project Odin and Military Jasara, a monumental combination that promises to overthrow the Cabal's hold on global power. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history. when the military emergency broadcast system emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. The stage is set. The actors are in position, and the world is about to witness a seismic shift that will reshape the course of history. Project Odin, a project shrouded in secrecy, is about to be revealed to the world. But what is Project Odin, and how does it connect to the military JSARA and the long-awaited emergency broadcast system? In this article, we delve into the heart of the remarkable transformation, revealing the hidden truths and unveiling the future that awaits us. Project Odin. Project Odin, as cryptically mentioned by Ron CodeMonkey Z, is not just another codename. It is the key to dismantling the Mossad media satellite network that has been at the center of global manipulation for too long. This bold mission is not for the faint of heart. It is the linchpin of the Quantum Starlink system, a quantum leap in technology that promises to redefine our world. The new quantum systems, part of Quantum Starlink, represent a paradigm shift in technology. These systems are protected by secret space programs that operate beyond the reach of the Cabal, ensuring their integrity and security. As the Cabal-controlled media crumbles, these quantum systems will emerge as heralds of truth and transparency. The Cabal's last stand, Q, the enigmatic figure behind many revelations, has predicted the elimination of the Mossad media. But what comes next is even deeper. Whiplash has hinted at a major theatrical production, a misleading depiction of World War III that will actually serve as a catalyst for the activation of military forces around the world. A biblical scenario revealed in a twist of fate, this orchestrated chaos will pave the way for the activation of armed forces around the world, unleashing a torrent of events that will bring the Cabal to its knees. The NESARA JSARA funds will finally see the light of day, and the people will be entrusted with the monumental task of rebuilding a long oppressed world. Identifying the Illuminati satanic strongholds. The Kabbalah network stretches far and wide, but Q has given us insight into its most prominent strongholds, from the Vatican to Buckingham Palace, from the White House to the heart of China. These places hold the keys to the power of Kabbalah. As the dominoes fall, 34 satanic buildings and dams will collapse, forever changing the landscape of the world. The United States is in an almost instant military dictatorship. Commanded by none other than Joe Biden, a multitude of events take place as the Kabbalah faces its reckoning. A cascade of events will unfold.
Today is the day that I have been waiting for the best part of 5 years. I was hoping it would come sooner. It didn't. Because the banks had so much power, they've been pushing it down the road. But today is the day that things have to change. Basel III comes into full force with the support and the power behind the main banking system, the Bank of International Settlements. They now have to provide 85% in what they call NSFR, which is net stable funding ratio. So they actually have to have 85% physical gold to back their position. Whereas beforehand, they could use what we call paper gold, gold on paper they didn't actually have because it had been leveraged all over the place. Those days are over. Today is going to expose who are good, who are bad, and who are bankrupt.
Project Odin martial law worldwide blackout imminent. Project Odin martial law on Telegram Sunday, February 8, 2026. For weeks, the grid has been whispering the same pattern. Banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise, that is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout in rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays. Cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Number 1, local power flickers, followed by identical maintenance notices. across unrelated providers. Number 2, news channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. 3, payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. Number 4, airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means, the blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one can runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours, water light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity with quantum ID card. Jasara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet. Sunday, February 8th, National Security Report. How Trump took back America's money and rebuilt the economy by 2026. The MAGA King on Telegram. In February 2026, the U.S. economy looks calm. Markets hold. Wages rise steadily. Inflation stays contained. That calm is intentional. It is the visible surface of a system rebuilt quietly and under pressure after decades of hidden financial extraction. Behind the numbers was a classified national operation authorized by Donald J. Trump beginning in 2024. Intelligence confirmed that trillions in U.S.-generated wealth were being siphoned offshore through protected banks, shell structures, and treaty-shielded jurisdictions designed to evade American control. The patterns were unmistakable. Capital exited during domestic crises, resurfaced in immunity zones, and moved through the same clearing institutions and legal intermediaries. The objective was leverage. Offshore wealth allowed external actors to influence U.S. markets, labor conditions, and debt exposure. Once mapped, the system was classified as a national security threat that changed everything. When Trump returned to office in 2025, Recovery Authority was activated. Offshore channels tied to U.S. capital were frozen without announcement. Banks lost access. Liquidity routes went dark. Resistance never had time to form. Recovered assets moved through secured federal pipelines directly into domestic stabilization. Liquidity was reinforced, wages stabilized, and critical sectors secured without foreign oversight. By late 2025, the dollar's role was recalibrated. Stronger internally, less exploitable externally. Foreign central banks noticed immediately. With monetary control restored, production followed, energy stabilized, manufacturing returned onshore, strategic supply chains were reclaimed. By 2026, markets confirmed the shift, moving capital into sectors aligned with national direction. Before any public explanation appeared, the economy is strong because the system draining it was exposed, cut off, and reversed. The recovery is asset-based, not debt-driven. Control has changed hands. The old structure is broken, and there is no path back. Bank failures. Chase and America First banks have frozen bank accounts of some of their customers. Some major retailers were refusing cash payments. ATM network 67% offline. Digital payment systems failing regionally. First wave of bank failures confirmed in 12 states. Credit networks experiencing nationwide failures. Judy note, it is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide. Restored Republic. Sunday, February 8th, 2026. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Ezra A. Cohen. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Every FEMA agent involved in this grotesque scheme, every official who helped cover it up, will be brought to justice. The military alliance is dismantling FEMA's human trafficking network, and this time there's no escaping the consequences. FEMA's ultimate goal has always been population control through chaos. Disasters like Hurricane Helene are just opportunities for FEMA to test their sinister agenda. The White Hats have uncovered FEMA's plans for population reduction, codenamed Operation Cull, targeting not just disaster victims, but anyone who threatens the deep state's power. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, and it will all come to light. FEMA camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming. Guru Information and Intel. Sunday, February 8th. Leaked files. Top secret deep state operatives list exposed. These traitors planned America's total destruction from inside, and the globalist cabal fought to keep it hidden forever. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the dam has burst. In February 2026, White Hat military intercepts, Pentagon dumps, and sealed tribunal files have finally named the real shadow rulers who've been gutting our republic for decades. No guns, no bombs, just pure evil. Infiltration, bioweapons, mind control, trafficking, financial sabotage. They turned public health, science, and justice into weapons against we the people. Trump's iron will and quantum command ops are shredding their veil faster than they can rebuild. Arrest waves are surging, black sites are emptying, and these demons know the noose is tightening. Every failed hit on Trump proves their desperation. He's the one man who can burn their entire empire to ash. There never was. Sunday, February 8th, the EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Sunday, February 8th, remember Benghazi? 4 brave Americans, Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, Glenn Doherty, slaughtered on September 11, 2012, while Secretary of State Hillary Clinton let the terrorists overrun our compound. It was calculated deep state sacrifice to cover gun-running ops to Syrian rebels and hide the real agenda. Sunday, February 8th, 2026. CNN Washington Post lays off 1/3 of the staff. Sunday, February 8, 2026. DNC heads like Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta openly discussed a plan on how to overturn the election result if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings. to prevent the vote from going through. That's called treason. High alert. Saturday, February 7th, 2026, midnight. Fall of the Cabal. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, high noon. Universal Reset, Super Bowl. Public situation update as of Saturday, February 7th, 2026. Global quantum financial system integration accelerates worldwide. Mass arrests of deep state elites and exposure of massive corporate fraud are intensifying, with the Trump-Musk Doge audit revealing staggering financial scams, including a $14.6 billion medical scam, a $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam, and a $2.5 trillion JP Morgan bank silver manipulation. Military alliance operations are securing key zones, while Tier 4B redemption processes ramp up amid confirmed QFS activations. EBS on high alert, blackout warnings circulating in secure channels. The greatest wealth transfer in history, gold-backed currencies are live. NESARA GESARA reforms are enacting debt jubilee. Humanitarian projects are receiving funding. Trust the plan. The old cabal system is collapsing under the weight of truth and justice. Global currency reset revaluation progress. The global quantum financial system fully activated on Sunday, February 1st, 2026, without public announcement, transitioning away from fiat control to asset-backed rainbow currencies. ISO 20022 compliant systems are now dominant in major financial hubs. Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong. Sovereign rates are displaying on secure screens with one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced. Adjudicated settlements for Tier 4A are complete, paving the way for Tier 4B notifications. RV Tier 4B Intel. Redemption centers, military protected, report increased activity in key zones. 800 number release sequences are in final prep stages, with NDA 72 to 96 hour windows expected imminently for humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets. Trusts are funded through St. Germain World Trust tranches and Dragon family bonds now redeemed. Off-ledger mirrored accounts have moved on ledger under quantum entanglement security locks. Military Global Alliance actions. Trump's military alliance in coordination with Space Force and international partners is executing large-scale operations. Mass arrests of cabal leaders continue across nations, with underground networks dismantled and rescued children receiving care. Borders are secured and elite units are handling high-level extractions. The Doge audit exposures are fueling global momentum against entrenched fraud. EBS blackout alerts. Comms blackout preparations, 48-hour windows, are synced with Mr. Pool Telegram signals and SGAnon updates. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. NESARA GESARA mentions debt jubilee packets are uploaded and processing. Constitutional Republic restored under law as of early February 2026. Prosperity funds are flowing to rebuild families and nations under God's grace. Guru Information and Intel. Friday, February 6th, breaking intel explosion. RVGCR update. February 6, 2026, the floodgates are bursting open. Patriots, quantum financial system fully activated. Redemptions exploding worldwide. The wait is officially over. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is unleashing right now under full military white hat protection. Tier 4B notifications are blasting out at warp speed. Redemption centers are locked and loaded 24/7, and exchanges are kicking off like wildfire across the globe. Fleming confirms the quantum financial system has taken total control, deep state parasites stripped bare, fiat slavery system, Iraqi dinar screaming past $7 plus, Vietnamese dong pushing $3 and climbing, Zimbabweans redeeming at insane contract rates that turn everyday patriots into overnight sovereign trillionaires, higher exchange rates reserved for we the people at secure centers, Q phones, Q laptops, rainbow currency handed out as the new reality dawns. The shotgun start locked in irreversibly, rates on screen skyrocketing, humanitarian projects funded massively to rebuild the world the cabal tried to destroy, Nisar Jasar principles activated globally, debts forgiven, prosperity funds flooding in, taxes obliterated under the restored republic. Trump's true white hats forced the cabal's hand. EBS primed, mass arrests accelerating, and the pedo elite network facing swift military justice. This isn't hype, patriots, it's confirmation. Redemption centers staffed and buzzing, military overseeing every step to crush any interference. The deep state's desperate last gasps only prove their terror. They know the end game is here. Your blessings are incoming now. Get ready to step up as the new stewards of abundance, crushing poverty and funding the Great Awakening worldwide. The storm has arrived. The RV train has left the station, and nothing can derail it. Trump's plan is dominating. The Republic rises phoenix-like, and we the people reclaim everything stolen. God wins big. The greatest comeback ever is unfolding live. Stay locked in. Share this intel everywhere before they scramble to suppress it. The floodgates are wide open. Your time is here. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go one, we go all forever.
We already see it starting with the reevaluation of silver. Silver, I've been telling people, the only economic advice, I've been saying this for a decade, is to invest and get silver in your hands. Real silver, tangible, hold it in your hand coin, or silver bar, or a little silver bar or something, because it's so much more valuable than gold. And now you see it starting to go. When silver goes to its full value, it will destroy the financial system of the world. And so then that's the Great Reset. It will reset all of the financials, and the Russians and the BRICS nations have already built another system that will take its place based on blockchain quantum, or quantum blockchain, more correctly stated, using their terminology. In the West, we would say quantum blockchain. And so that's already in place. So you can't, as Colonel Bossi said, have the collapse last too long. It has to last long enough. And the suffering and the misery of all of these things bring about has to last long enough so that certain parts of the financial reset can't last too long, or the black hats win. They will take over still. Now people say, well, when are they going to do this? When are the whites going to? They're not a massive, massive, massive force equal to the cabal's force. They're a guerrilla warfare group, essentially, doing worldwide guerrilla warfare. And they are winning because of the nature of the universe and the nature of our solar system and our galaxy. They are winning, and they can't be stopped now. And they've gamed it out. They realized it too, but they're not going to give up. And so with when you're up against superior forces, you have to pick your battles. You can't just go and do everything at once. When are they going to do this? When are they going to do that? You don't understand the art of war. If you're up against superior forces and you're on the attack, you've got to be careful on your timing and where and when you do what you do.
Saturday, February 7th, the state of Georgia is ground zero for election fraud exposure. Those rigged machines, fake ballots, and Soros-funded ops are about to get crushed under the weight of sealed indictments. Arrests coming any day now. Watch the news blackout turn into a flood of perp walks. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Saturday, February 7th, President Trump's FCC has just launched an investigation into The View. The probe stems from possible equal time violations for political candidates. Saturday, February 7th, former CIA director exposes secrets of the CIA. Saturday, February 7th, the financial system you were born into is officially dead. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. On November 22nd, 2025, the old Swift MT messaging system was permanently taken offline. This was not a simple software update. This was the controlled demolition of the financial architecture that has enslaved the planet for over 50 years. Every single bank on Earth was forced to migrate to one unified standard, ISO 20022. Why? Because the old system was designed to hide money, to move trillions through dark pools, offshore accounts, and shell corporations without a trace. ISO 20022 is the end of all of that. Every transaction now carries a full data package: origin, destination, purpose, beneficiary. Every single dollar, euro, yuan is now tracked from source to settlement on an immutable ledger. This is not about banking efficiency. This is about total control of the grid. The assets of the new world, the assets that will power this new grid, have already been chosen. XRP, bridge currency for real-time cross-border settlement. Ripple's legal battles were a strategic delay to allow the infrastructure to be put in place. XLM peer-to-peer payments for the unbanked. Stellar's partnerships with the IMF and World Bank were not a coincidence. QNT, the universal interoperability layer. Quants over Ledger connects every blockchain to every legacy system. HBAR, enterprise-grade distributed ledger. Hedera's council includes Google, IBM, and Boeing. These are the architects. Algo, pure proof of stake, chosen by multiple nations for CBDC development. The geopolitical shift, BRICS confirmed, over 40 nations ready to integrate with their gold-backed settlement system. Gold is moving from west to east at unprecedented speed. Central banks are stockpiling physical gold, not dollars. This is the financial arm of a global military operation. The quantum leap. The quantum financial system is the back end, the unhackable satellite-based ledger that connects ISO 20022, blockchain settlement, and gold-backed verification into one transparent global network. Tier 4B is the final phase, the public exchange window. The media calls it conspiracy. The bankers call it migration. The military calls it operational. We call it the Great Reset. You were not meant to find this information, but you did. The clock is not ticking. The clock has already stopped. The new one is running. The signal is live. Friday, February 6, Patel fires 11 FBI traitors. Deep state rats exposed and booted. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. In a quiet but ruthless purge last week, FBI Director Kash Patel personally axed 11 special agents, filthy traitors, caught red-handed using official FBI emails and government-issued cell phones to spew venom against President Trump, ICE, and key administration figures. These were not minor gripes. These were outright acts of disloyalty and sedition on taxpayer dime. A high-level Bureau insider spilled the truth. Patel ramped up random audits through the Office of Professional Responsibility, audits that have skyrocketed under his watch to finally dismantle the Biden-era weaponization and root out every last disloyal snake. The insider declared Biden's systematic corruption made this necessary. We are using every tool to purge the disloyal, and we're just getting started. Take the Chicago trio. 3 field agents so arrogant they installed Signal Chat on their work phones, a blatant violation of federal record-keeping laws, to rant in a private group chat filled with pure hatred. They called Trump trash, mocked Kristi Noem as a cosplay queen, dreamed of Democrats regaining power to throw Trump and Patel in jail, and wished for the return of their puppet master Chris Wray. One raged, "To hell with Patel, they'll impeach him and Trump and we'll get a real leader back." They even slung vile insults at Patel's girlfriend Alexis Wilkins and our beautiful First Lady Melania Trump, spreading disgusting rumors and lies. Forensics recovered their deleted garbage, and boom, immediate termination, benefits stripped. Obvious deep staters, good riddance. But it did not stop there. 8 more agents in California, D.C., and New York got the axe for identical treasonous chatter on government devices. These fools thought they could plot against the president using FBI property. Trump derangement syndrome made them sloppy. Using work phones instead of burners, how dumb can you get? The insider hit hard. If we're catching these conspiracy idiots dumb enough to talk treason on FBI gear, imagine how many more are whispering the same filth in person or on personal devices. We may have to expand the scope big time. This builds on the 2025 expulsions. Patel is systematically draining the swamp, one traitor at a time. The deep state is panicking as the loyalty to President Trump and the Constitution replaces blind obedience to the cabal. These firings send a crystal clear message. No more hiding behind badges while stabbing America in the back. Patriots, the storm is raging. Kash Patel's the warrior we prayed for, purging the rot so the FBI can finally serve we the people again. The end for the deep state is near. Justice is coming fast and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, spread the word, and watch the rats scatter. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go one, we go all. Saturday, February 7th. And here's the part they never explain on the mainstream channel, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. What happens after redemption is where the real transformation begins. Once funds are released into quantum accounts, the old rules no longer apply. No predatory taxation, no asset seizures, no centralized banking control. Every transaction is transparent, instant, and backed by real value. The QFS doesn't just move money, it protects sovereignty. Fraud becomes impossible. Corruption has nowhere to hide. This is why silence has been enforced for so long. Each redeemed individual becomes a custodian of restoration, not a consumer of debt. Your funds are not meant for reckless spending, but for rebuilding families, communities, infrastructure, and truth-based systems. Energy technologies unsealed. Education rewritten about indoctrination. This is the Great Awakening expressed through action. Humanitarian mandate activation. Upon redemption, participants will be guided to designate humanitarian objectives. Clean water, food security, orphan care, veteran restoration, debt relief, and technological upliftment. This is not optional. This is the moral cornerstone of NESARA GESARA. Wealth without purpose was the weapon of the old system. Wealth with conscience is the foundation of the new one. Why timing matters. Everything is synchronized. Military protection, legal dissolution of corrupt structures, financial release, information disclosure. Nothing is random. Nothing is rushed. The delay was never denial. It was alignment. When the switch flips, it flips globally. Those who prepared quietly will move first. Those who mocked will watch. Those who resisted will be forced to adapt. This is the end of survival mode. This is the return of lawful money. This is the restoration of mankind's birthright. Stay calm, stay grounded, stay ready. The system is live. The plan is irreversible. And history is about to remember who stood firm when the world changed.
Got another free trip. So thanks. This is my fifth one. I got a sixth one that I've already qualified for. I'm at the top for Hawaii. Thanks to everyone that uses LifeWave. Everyone that doesn't, you must be an NPC because you don't understand that this is basically replacing a system that is completely corrupt. Not completely. There's some doctors out there that do good work, right? They're few, far between, unfortunately, these days. But there are still doctors that, you know, if you get injured, put you back together. These are usually outstanding doctors. But the pharmaceutical so forth is not so much, right? And we saw to awaken people. Now, I was with a group of people. Fortunately, because I do really well with the sales, thanks to you guys, that I sit at the top some of groups. And I was sitting at the table last night with some amazing people. Two different, I guess, preachers. All right. So, and their wives, and both of them were outstanding. And then next to me was a former doctor. Patches are very, very easy to put those on your body, and your body responds. So, you know, two, you know, guys in theology that teach theology, and they have huge groups that, because they're, you know, into God, and they've broken away from the traditional, I guess, religious system. They're still religious, and they teach about God and Jesus and so forth, but they've broken free from a very corrupt system. A lot of people still don't understand that. So a lot of people, probably NPCs that are still within those organizations, non-player characters. And we're going to talk about that. Dolores Cannon talked about that in detail, and I have a little clip that we're going to listen to about that. And then the doctor from Canada. As we know, Canada really came down hard on their people. And a lot of Canadians just went out and got the shot. You know, they're very easygoing, very, very nice people. And they just went out and got the shot. And this happened in Australia. This happened in the United States. This happened in many places all over the world. Now, in the United States, we only had 70% of people get the vaccination. Now, NPCs in and of themselves are not bad, right? They're like characters in a movie, right? And our lives are movies. You know, our thoughts and our desires manifest what we want to experience. Those of us that have high consciousness and understand that we're here for a purpose, people that have no purpose, don't understand that we're in a spiritual war, good against evil. Donald Trump is highlighting this very well. I think that's his chosen path. And we have the evil side and we have the good side, and the NPCs, lots and lots of NPCs that are just basically making this a movie for us to be characters in our movie. It would be, a bummer if it was just you and no one else. So I want to share with you what somebody put out in a chat just recently in one of the shows that I just did. All right, I think I might have to pull that back up. I think I might have lost it. All right. So sometimes when you come in and do these shows, you start to lose a little programming because you don't see it. So anyway, I'm gonna pull up the screen where it had my last show. So in my last show, I talked about the I went into detail. I talked about Super Bowl, and I said it's horrific. All right, it's a satanic event. Halftime show, absolutely satanic. I talked about the Olympics. No one's watching the Olympics. I guess a lot of people watch the Super Bowl. It was the first time in history that was in every single country on the planet being televised. So maybe that's why they did the Super Bowl halftime show and they have Bad Bunny come out and do it in Spanish. Is Spanish the highest number of speakers in the world now? I don't know, but the Super Bowl no longer is for Americans. It's, I guess, for the world. And so Americans, I think, should reject it. But there are people that are still going to watch it, even though I've proven that it's rigged. Right? I've proven that all professional sports are rigged. Right? They know who the winners are, and they're going to. There's people that bet. They make a lot of money on that, and they know who the winner is going to be. Right? Just like they are very negative, very bad people most of the time that are involved in this, and they have the highest child trafficking event. That one-day event is the highest child trafficking event at the Super Bowl anywhere on earth, right? So we put all this information out, but still people continue to watch the Super Bowl, right? But it seems like, I look at people, it's like when they had all those players knelt during the national anthem and they dishonored all the veterans and the flag and so forth. That was it for me. So a lot of people have been, rejecting it for a long time. This Bad Bunny is another rejection for a lot of people. So we're having this happen. And why? It's because this is what's helping to wake people up. So we have these NPCs that are still watching this and, getting involved in this. And we're like, how the hell can these people still watch this thing? Right? Professional sports is completely rigged, all of it. So, and satanic people are involved in it and, trying to, tear down our culture, our president and so forth. That's righting wrongs right now, I believe. And, there's going to be, there's a divisiveness now in the United States and I don't know, maybe the rest of the world. that believes in a, you know, Luciferian, satanic, ritualistic, you know, culture, and that the nanny state, the government, should have complete control and run our lives. And then there's those of us that are not open to that at all. And you know, we're probably gonna have to push back pretty hard on this. So that's coming to a head. We'll see. A lot of people just want to believe that President Trump is going to do it, and we can just you know, worship him and believe that he's going to handle all of our problems. We're going to have to get involved, right? It's getting to the point where nothing's happening, so we're going to get involved. So we'll talk about more of that as time goes on. I've been talking about that a lot, but I want to get into this this thing about the NPCs. This is a real thing, and something that you know, it's not a new thing. It's something that has been around for a very long time. Just most people aren't aware of it, I guess. You know, so we're going to look at that, and I'll give you guys some more insights on it. All right, so I'm pulling up the video that I did. I just went in the comments and I saw, you know, a lot of people not watching Super Bowl. The sports world has gone to hell, literally and figuratively. NFL doesn't either of these anymore. I cannot participate in evil. Very good, very good. I believe these are awake people, you know, that are making these comments. Now, this one woman said, "I just played your video for my husband. He listened for the first 3 minutes, said I'm going back to watch the game. I'm so tired of this fight," she says. "My whole family is asleep. 5 years of trying to educate them is getting old. And a people out there like you is music to my ears." So there's many of us out here that are awake. All right. So millions, maybe a billion. I don't know. Maybe not that many. But there's many that are awake, that have consciousness, that have a soul, and that are rising in consciousness. Now, there were lots and lots of replies to that. 23, you know, saying it's not up to us to wake people up. A lot of people said that. Keep the faith. Unfortunately, you can't wake up zombies. My friends and family are the same. So it's the same thing, guys, as NPC. So are you married to an NPC, or is your family NPCs? It's very possible. All right. And again, that's not a dig on them. It's not something negative. It is something that has been transpiring here on Earth for as long as humans have been here, I believe. Right. So there are certain beings that come here that are just, you know, part of the movie that we're creating. So again, we, the people, have to awaken from this zombie land, and these people that are controlling us in our governments, our medical institutions, through our police force and so forth. We're trying to awaken all these people, but a lot of these people are zombies, and a lot of these people are pure evil. All right. So you have pure evil, you have zombies, and you have people that are consciously awakening and want to reach higher states of consciousness on a positive level. All right. So let's look at what Dolores Cannon said about the backdrop people, or the NPCs, the non-player candidates. All right. So the same thing. And again, like I said, it's not a negative. They're part of the backdrop, right? The backdrop people. All right, let's listen to this.
Dive with me into the fascinating realm of backdrop people, a concept that likens life to the making of a film, where extras fill the scene, enriching the story's world. As we journey through life, we're accompanied not just by key players, but by these extras. Imagine the monotony of a movie starring only one person. Life, too, thrives on the presence and interaction with others. This innate desire for connection prompts our subconscious to populate our world with backdrop people, crafting a vibrant scene for our personal narrative. Yet it's crucial to differentiate between those in our lives who are on their own paths of evolution, with whom we share soul contracts, and the backdrop people. The former are genuine individuals, each embarking on their unique journey and purpose. The latter, however, play a different role. They're not real in the sense we might think. They exist as pure energy. Unlike the significant figures in our life or those journeying towards self-awareness, backdrop people fulfill a distinct function. They provide the semblance of a busy, populated world around us. As outlined in Dolores Cannon's teachings, these backdrop individuals aren't sentient beings with souls, but are more akin to holographic projections, resembling the hologram characters in science fiction. They might interact with us and seem authentic, yet they lack the consciousness depth we possess. Essentially, they're energy taking human form. What distinguishes backdrop people is their energetic signature. While souls on their evolutionary journey radiate a high, vibrant energy, backdrop people emit a lower, denser vibration.
A lower, denser vibration. So by a lower, denser vibration, we can look at these backdrop people, these NPCs, and see them for what they are. You know, they're part of our landscape, a populated world that we need for, you know, our soul development. So they're there for us to a certain degree, sometimes in a positive way, and then sometimes in a negative way. So you're seeing, you know, a lot of these governors like Gavin Newsom, total, you know, very evil person, and then he's surrounded by NPCs or backdrop people to help him create the world that he is trying to create, along with other very evil people, other evil governors and mayors, and you know, and so forth. Doctors and, you know, nurses, and not all of them are backdrop and are evil, but there are a lot of them. So you have to start to recognize that you don't get caught up in, like that one unfortunate woman is trying to convince possibly an NPC that he needs to awaken. He's not going to awaken. That's not part of his purpose here, right? Part of his purpose is to give you a backdrop, right? To be I guess your mate, and you know, be a backdrop. So I don't know. Is that what you want for your life? I mean, I believe in the sanctity of marriage. I believe that we should be together. But you know, if you're with someone that's a backdrop person, and you start to realize that, I don't know, is maybe you're not getting the kind of connection you need, or maybe that's all you need. You just need somebody simple. I don't know. So, and somebody that watches the Super Bowl, when you've told them that it's part of a, you know, something that's very evil, and they don't care. They want to eat their hot dog, they want to drink their beer, and they want to root for their team, even though their team it's already been decided who's going to win. They don't care. They don't care. Right? So, and you shouldn't care, right? You shouldn't care anymore. If you're trying to awaken someone that you believe has a soul purpose here, but has gotten off track, that's one thing. But an NPC or a backdrop person, waste of time, right? Or someone that is on an evil path, right? Is dedicated and is not going to be, you know, pulled off an evil path. You can try. That's very courageous. That's very good. And some people do come off that evil path. They lose, you know, their focus, and they get on that evil path. And there's plenty of people that bring people off of that. That's very courageous. It's very beautiful. But don't get caught up into it. Don't get caught up in that. Some people are just NPCs, guys. All right. So another thing that I wanted to get into is Tulsi Gabbard. All right. So Tulsi Gabbard, I believe there's a strong possibility. Again, it's a manifestation of our collective, we the people, ideals and our soul focus. and who do we see going forward that's going to serve our greater purpose? And so I don't know why she came into and I was like, one of those times where I'm like, I'm gonna get beat up on this one, but so it's like, put it out there. Okay, God. All right, so Tulsi Gabbard, possible president after Donald Trump. So I don't know why. And maybe it could be a possibility that's maybe has a chance, and maybe it will grow and maybe not. I don't know. She was a Democrat candidate for president at one time, and she saw the complete evil of the Democrat Party and broke away from it. And now I won't say that she's a Republican, but she's ostracized by the Democrat Party. So I guess in a way, because she's working in a Republican government, she's selected for DNI, Director of National Intelligence, then I guess she's Republican now. Whatever that means. I don't look at or agree with any of these different political figures. I just see someone has potential of leading our country, and that's all I'm looking at. All right, I'm not looking at something or someone that everybody loves, or they get the money from the Republicans and they're in a position where normally they get elected or whatever, right? So, Mike Flynn and Tulsi, absolutely not. All right. So definitely Tulsi as president, but definitely not Mike Flynn. So now let's look at one of the things that Tulsi Gabbard is looking at. And that is something that I have brought up quite a bit. And it's something that we as a country and the world really needs to look at, because this is something that is, to be quite frank, I think is evil. All right. So let's look at this.
My husband begged me not to make this video, but as I sat 50 feet away from Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, a veteran and a woman that has gone through hell to protect our freedoms, when I heard her warn of the #1 threat to America, I knew I had to share my heart. So I'm going to share with you what she shared with us and tell you why we have to act now. This is a direct quote. She said, "There's a threat to our freedom
that is not often talked about enough. And it is the greatest near and long-term threat to both our freedom and our security. And that is the threat of Islamist ideology."
Guys, she's not warning of religion. She's talking about ideology. And Islamism isn't about personal faith. It's about governance. It's where religious law is above civil law. Tulsi goes even further.
It is propagated by people who not only do not believe in freedom, their fundamental ideology is antithetical to the foundation that we find in our Constitution and Bill of Rights, which is that our Creator endowed upon us inalienable rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
But Sharia.
All right. So for me, a good portion of my life was spent in the Middle East, combating terrorists and, fighting against insurgents and all that kind of stuff. I'd say I'm 65. So for a good 30 years, because I was in the SEAL teams for 24 years and CIA for 11 years. So 35 years. For most of that time, we trained and we planned for fighting Muslim extremists. And they are in our country now on a massive scale. They have been slipped in under our nose, and they are a massive threat. And Tulsi Gabbard sees this.
It's very different. Rights vary based on belief and gender. And you're either Muslim or you're an infidel. And life is not go well for you if you're an infidel.
But this Islamist ideology is a direct threat to our freedom because at its core, it is a political ideology that seeks to create a global caliphate that governs us here in America, threatening Western civilization, governance by Sharia law, governance by what they are calling their Islamic principles.
Tulsi Gabbard explains that Sharia law is so dangerous because if you
fail to comply, if you fail to adhere to this ideology, if you dare to exercise your God-given right to free speech, censorship is not what we face. They will use violence or any means they deem as necessary to silence us.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, wow, Mercedes, calm down. You're overreacting. But I'm going to prove to you in this video how every institution has been infiltrated. Educational institutions, zoning and city planning. Guys, even our food supply is tainted. In fact, I bet money there's a mosque being built in a city near you. And this has been in the works for decades. The problem, be it the Somali population in Minnesota, Mandami in New York, Epic City in Plano, Texas, look at Dearborn, Michigan, heard of Patterson, New Jersey, back to bite us. Till the end.
Against this, and it has infiltrated the United States. So Tulsi Gabbard, like I said, has definitely a handle on this. She, being part of the Army, National Guard, and intelligence side, she knows this on a very great level. We saw her, come out and say that Ukraine had bioweapon labs, and she was, she got a lot of pushback on that. Mitt Romney said that she was treasonous, should have been executed. But then eventually the military came out and said, well, actually, we do have a lot of bioweapon labs in Ukraine. So I think that those bioweapon labs are going to start coming to America because I think we're not going to be able to control Ukraine like we have in the past. I think Russia is doing a good job, and they're going to hammer Ukraine and basically take that back into the Russian sphere of influence. So, which is a good thing for the world. So I don't think that anyone else is up to speed on this, guys. Tulsi Gabbard is the one that's really going to have to, focus on this and clean this out of America. Let it fester somewhere else. All right. We spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, trying to keep this out of the shores of America, and now it's in. So let's just get it out. It's another one of those things where I said there's evil and there's NPCs. So there's a lot of evil in this Islamist, groups that are in America now. A lot of evil, right? So here we have a mayor of New York City that has won. And we have them all around the country now. There's lots of Muslim mayors. There's lots of going to take, someone with a lot of focus and know-how to, rid our country of this evil that has infiltrated. So not only do we have the craziness from the political side, the Democrat side, which is stealing elections and allowing these Islamists to come in and take over. But we also have, political types that are steadfast and, trying to stop the cleanup of our country.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come, time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight 11:11, the Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history. By activating the quantum financial system, QFS, across the globe, 100% live gold/asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset, GCR, has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sitar, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special forces teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Hollywood shickos, big pharma poison pushers. Straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies when the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat US dollar. The affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of US taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour, or 10 days of darkness, we don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state's assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service, IRS, was turning into the External Revenue Service, ERS. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the DOJ audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. Nizara/Jazara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts. With redemption centers guarded by special forces, Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currency and ZIM bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange/redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system. Expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing, over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who is at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges including most of the Supreme Court and their NGOs. In the last 90 days alone, 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silently taking unexplained early retirement. These same people were suspected to be part of the massive fraud schemes uncovered by DOJ audits. Why Trump? Because as head of the White Hat Global Military Alliance, he was acting on over 500,000 federal indictments compiled by special investigators and taken to state grand juries since he first took office in 2016. Multiple high-level sources confirm that the final sequence of the plan has activated and mass arrests were occurring worldwide of Satan-worshipping traitors. Sealed indictments were ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night loaded with operators. Predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. All of which were filling fast Gitmo's expanded wings with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Mexican generals received Trump's ultimatum, flip or disappear. Half already turned. This was the hammer Q promised. The military white hats and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours, mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. On Friday, February 6, 2026, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything, the crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different. The cabal will be gone. The system will be new. You will be free. A possible timing. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. The QFS was now the only operational financial system on the planet. Legacy banks were ghosts, empty shells with no power. Thursday, February 5, 2026, EBS activated. The White House triggered the final phase. EBS signals went live across Starlink, military overriding all mainstream narratives as appropriate. As of 00.01 Thursday, February 5, 2026, the quantum financial system fully synchronized with NESARA-JAZARA protocols. Saturday, 7th of February, 2026 midnight, privately owned U.S. Incorporated bankrupt, shuts down, debt-based control ends. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, announcement that America's new constitutional republic has been restored. Common law returns to the people. Sovereignty reactivated. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset goes live and implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. On Sunday, 15th of February, 2026 mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin. February 6, 2026 what you need to know about the global currency reset, reclamation, the return to a better state. This is about more than just land or money, it's about restoring what was taken by the elites through their criminal systems. NESARA will do that for U.S. citizens. Restitution/reparation, compensating for the years of illegal taxes, loans and the financial enslavement we've suffered. The income taxes, mortgages and credit cards. They've been used to keep us as chattel, with bonds taken out against our very lives from birth certificates to social security numbers. Who's eligible? Those aged 24 to 61 plus are in line for massive lump sums depending on their age group. 61 plus, up to $61 million 45 to 60, up to $38 million 24 to 44, up to $23 million. This payout is reparation for the wrongs committed against us. NESARA and QFS plan. The process of RV redemption started. Actual signature forms like NDA and post-redemption plan documents, inside the exclusive world of redemption centers. The process of RV redemption is unfolding, and it's about more than just money. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us by the cabal, deep state, and banksters. Redemption centers are where we take back control, where NESARA/JAZARA protocols are in full effect. At these centers, we the people will receive higher exchange rates, phones, laptops, and even rainbow currency. If you've prepared your humanitarian initiative trust, you're in prime position to benefit. This isn't just a financial reset, it's God's plan, working through us to help humanity. Redemption types currency exchange. For those with ZIM bonds, dinar, and dong, you're looking at double-digit rates at redemption centers, with gold-backed values. The ZIM bond is 1-to-1 to the new USD dollar. You'll be asked to allocate a portion of your funds for humanitarian projects. We're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the world. XRP buyback. There's a $1 million per token value on XRP set by the QFS, already mirrored into quantum accounts. This buyback is part of a larger strategy to stabilize global markets and root out the evil. This is about more than money. This is about justice, about freedom, and about taking back what's ours. The deep state's grip is slipping, and this process is the path to redemption. The time is now, patriots. We must stand ready to rebuild and restore. See Friday, February 6, 2026 Worldwide EBS, 72-hour blackout, GCR rollout, FBI Director Kash Patel. On Sunday 15th of February mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin. Based on internal comms from secure servers, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, or a parallel encrypted alert system may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system. It works. And the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Friday, February 6, 2026 confirmations just in, final triggers activated, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-level banking insiders report that, Tier 4B, notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73, confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12, holding but expected to surge post-announcement. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Friday, February 6, 2026 attention, Paymasters report full releases, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates, such as above, than what you can obtain at RC. Restored Republic. Friday, February 6, 2026. My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection, and for mine. But now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we've uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Biowarfare, underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal. And yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I am now preparing to go live and reveal everything. But time is short, and they are trying to block this message before it spreads. Friday, February 6, 2026 News Treason full intel drop Trump's boldest move yet. QOPS revealed, secret military alliance in full swing, mass arrests exploding, deep state traitors vanishing into Gitmo nightmares, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots and Enons. The final storm is unleashing biblical fury right now on February 6, 2026. News Treason just dropped the mother of all intel bombs confirming Trump's boldest move ever, activating the full Q Global Military Alliance sting operation that's been planned since day one. President Donald J. Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, has flipped the switch, elite special forces teams raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections. Hollywood shickos, big pharma poison pushers, Vatican pedo networks, Soros puppets, fake news tyrants, and child traffickers, no mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. Sealed indictments unsealing by the avalanche, thousands per hour. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent waves, more vanishing hourly as black vans roll at 3 a.m., DUMs breached, adrenochrome horrors destroyed, black budget ops seized. Trump's dire warnings are real, surrender or face military justice swinging hard, the look in his eyes says it's over for them. Wano 7 echoes it loud, The 2020 Steele declared national election emergency, constitution enforced by military authority, fake regime crumbling at warp speed. Quantum financial system fully live, gold/asset backed, swallowing cabal trillions, fiat Ponzi dead, banks collapsing, over 12,000 branches shutting down soon, Nizar/Jazar activations flooding patriots with erased debts, prosperity payments, reimbursements from seized wealth. EBS truth tsunami locked and loaded, declassified files ready to expose election fraud, bioweapon labs, foreign interference, elite blackmail rings. Space Force guarding infinite resources, rescued innocents freed, bloodlines final bunkers crushed. This is Trump's blitzkrieg, the Great Awakening exploding into the Great Restoration. Deep state in total panic, holdouts cornered from Davos to underground lairs. Trump dismantles their satanic empire forever. Republic rises sovereign, free, unstoppable. Red state patriots loading massive payouts via golden badge, secure yours now before the full rollout or miss history's greatest wealth transfer. No more lies, no more tyranny, justice rains down. Stay vigilant, warriors, spread the fire, pray fierce, trust the plan. The traitors lose everything, America wins bigly. The storm is victorious. Friday, February 6, 2026. Senator Eric Schmidt tells off the co-president of a woke, Soros-funded NGO trying to block and tackle for Somali fraudsters. First, he points out that public citizen declaring ICE operations to be racist doesn't mean much, given that they have previously said that basically everything is racist, including DC not being a state and the phrase law and order. You use racism to intimidate people to get your way. And it's not 2020 anymore. The American people are over it. So what you're gonna find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race, we're gonna prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't gonna stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders. You have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And, by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2026, explosive, Trump unleashes Pelosi's insider trading bomb, she dumped Visa stock 1 day before DOJ lawsuit, 18 U.S. Code Section 1348 violation. Criminal charges loom as market scam explodes. Friday, February 6, 2026, breaking special report, Pelosi and husband outperform the Dow by 17,000%, $133 million stock scheme exposed while in Congress. Friday, February 6, 2026, bombshell alert, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, boom. Epstein files detonate, UK power broker Mandelson leaked 2008 bank secrets to Epstein, while he was in jail, the globalist crash cover-up exposed. Friday, February 6, 2026, economic bomb. The debt ends here, U.S. Treasury executes $6 billion buyback in 1 week, quiet economic warfare to restore sovereignty, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, just in, U.S. debt clock reveals the future, Trump holds the key to the golden age, the financial reset has begun. Here's what you need to know. Friday, February 6, 2026. Major breaking, the justice Hillary Clinton said would never come, Benghazi terrorist arrested after 14 years, FBI brings Zubair al-Bakush to U.S. soil to face justice, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, Intel drop, another Hillary Clinton story, from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi, a deep state failure in full view. Guru information at Intel. Friday, February 6, 2026. The storm is no longer approaching, it's here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of February 1, 2026, the quantum financial system activated globally, 100% live gold/asset backed. No more fiat slavery. Trump flipped the switch. Green light on. Constitutional republic restored under common law. Military is the only way. High alert. Friday, February 6, 2026. CBS activation window locked 72 hours or less from key drops. 20,000 plus troops plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities for deep state roundups. Covert raids hit DC, London, Vatican. Stolen loot frozen via QFS. Banks losing control. Debts erased. Nizar/Jazara already active. The old world falls silent while the new world rises. As March 1st. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout. Stock up. Stay calm. Trust the plan. Patriots in control. WWG1GA. God wins. Friday, February 6, 2026 breaking bombshell. Emergency broadcast system activation at any moment. White House triggered final phase. EBS signals live across Starlink. Global blackout imminent. Mass arrests, quantum financial takeover, and the total destruction of the deep state cabal. Patriots, this is the storm we've prayed for. Hold the line. The Great Awakening is winning big. 107 on Telegram. Annons and Fearless Warriors. Judy Byington just dropped the nuclear update we've all been waiting for. February 6, 2026 is ground zero for the biggest shift in human history. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, has been activated. Test tones detected worldwide over the last 48 hours, Starlink overriding fake news narratives, and the White House lighting up red as the final countdown hits. High alert status, global communications blackout, universal systems reset, and temporary martial law rolling out to secure the planet while white hats complete mass arrests of the Satan-worshipping elite. This is it, the quantum financial system is fully synced, gold-backed currencies flipping on. Nizar/Jazara debt forgiveness unleashing trillions back to we the people. Trump has announced no more income tax, the fiat slave system is dead, and the privately owned U.S. Incorporated is bankrupt and shutting down for good. Redemption centers are gearing up under military protection, Tier 4B notifications dropping any second, and the global currency reset is exploding into action. The cabal's bunkers are useless, Delta teams and special forces are raiding DUMBs, freeing thousands of trafficked children, and zip-tying the guilty, Clintons, Gates, Hollywood pedos, Vatican black nobility, all facing military tribunals and swift justice. God is winning, the light is crushing darkness, and the Republic is being restored right now. Stay prayed up, stock essentials, protect your families, and spread this fire far and wide. The awakening is unstoppable, arrests are surging, and victory is sealed. NCSIC. Nothing can stop what is coming. Trump leads, white hats deliver, we the people triumph. WWG1GA forever. God bless you all, God bless America, and Godspeed the final takedown. It's biblical, it's happening, and the cabal is finished. Hold strong, patriots, the best is here. Friday, February 6, 2026 breaking bombshell. Juan O'Savin and David Nino Rodriguez dropped the hammer. Hillary Clinton tried calling Trump's bluff and got exposed in real time. David Nino, Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention because the storm is raging harder than ever right now on February 6, 2026. In this fresh drop from the front lines, Juan O'Savin teams up with David Nino Rodriguez to unleash pure fire on the deep state's crumbling empire. The big headline. Crooked Hillary Clinton just made a desperate move. She tried calling Trump's bluff, thinking she could still pull strings from the shadows. Big mistake. Huge. Juan lays it out crystal clear, the witch from Arkansas is panicking as the news tightens around the entire cabal. She's watching her old tricks fail one by one, blackmail, threats, fake leaks, and now she's scrambling to negotiate or intimidate. But Trump and the White Hats aren't playing games anymore. Military intelligence has everything locked down, and the bluff calling backfired spectacularly. Hillary's attempt only proves how terrified they are of what's coming next: mass exposures, sealed indictments flipping to public executions of justice, and the final takedown of the pedo elite network she's been neck-deep in for decades. Nino brings the heat too, connecting the dots on how this ties straight into the ongoing civil war inside the government. The White Hats are in full control behind the scenes, prepping for the big reveal that will shake the world. EBS alerts are primed, alliances with foreign patriots are solidifying, and the deep state's house of cards is collapsing faster than you can say lock her up. Juan hints strongly, expect fireworks soon, names dropping, arrests rolling, and the public finally seeing the real Epstein files unredacted, with Hillary's fingerprints all over them. This isn't just talk, Annons. It's confirmation that Trump's second term is the cleanup operation we've prayed for. The plan never stopped. The military is moving pieces we can't even see yet, and every desperate act from these demons, like Hillary's pathetic bluff call, only accelerates their doom. The Great Awakening is hitting critical mass. Stay vigilant, drop those deltas, trust the plan harder than ever. The end of the cabal is here. NCSIC. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins, and we are witnessing the victory unfolding live. Hold the line, patriots, we're in the final battle, and the white hats are dominating. Share this everywhere before they try to scrub it. The truth is unstoppable now. Thursday, February 5, 2026. Mass arrests of big-name deep state traitors underway. Trump's military alliance unleashing total storm. The cabal is finished. 107 on Telegram. Patriots and Enans, hold on to your hats, the storm isn't coming. It's here and it's biblical. 107 just unleashed nuclear-level intel on February 5, 2026, confirming mass arrests of high-profile deep state monsters are exploding right now. President Donald J. Trump, as true commander-in-chief under continuity of government. One drops it straight. Trump's Q global military alliance, over 100 nations strong, is in full swing, executing precision takedowns across the globe. Sealed indictments unsealed by the thousands overnight. Special forces moving in silence, zip-tying Clintons, Obamas, Bushes, Soros operatives, media moguls, and election thieves. No deals, no escapes, straight to military tribunals at expanded facilities. Deep state in total panic mode, bunkers compromised, DUMBs raided, adrenochrome labs destroyed, black projects seized. The republic is being restored at lightning speed, fiat dollar dead, gold/asset-backed quantum financial system live and unstoppable. NISRA/Jazar activations rolling out, wealth redistribution from seized cabal trillions hitting patriots hard. Trump's emergency powers fully invoked, national election emergency declared, 2020 steal nullified, fake regime crumbling under martial authority. EBS truth tsunami imminent, declassified files exposing everything from election fraud to child horrors to underground horrors. Juan confirms, faith over fear, patriots, we've won the long war. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent ops, more falling hourly. Space Force secured infinite silver vaults, rescued tortured innocents, crushed the bloodline's final strongholds. Banks collapsing left and right, over 12,000 branches shutting down as the old system dies. Trump warns the holdouts, surrender or face swift justice, tribunals raging, executions phasing up. This is the final phase, the Great Awakening turning into the Great Restoration. The deep state's darkest secrets exposed, their endgame failed spectacularly. Trump dismantles their empire forever, America rises sovereign, gold-backed, free from tyranny. Claim your share via the Golden Badge before deadlines, red states loading up with massive payouts from reclaimed wealth. No more suffering, no more lies, justice prevails. Stay locked in, spread the fire, pray like warriors. The Republic is victorious, the traitors lose everything. WWG1G. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking intel drop. Nick Fleming RVGCR update. February 6, 2026. The floodgates are opening, patriots. The deep state is crumbling as the quantum financial system takes full control. Nick Fleming, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, this is it. Nick Fleming just dropped explosive RV/GCR intel that has the entire White Hat Alliance buzzing. The revaluation of global currencies is no longer a maybe, it's rolling out right now under military protection. The fiat dollar is dead on arrival, and the gold-backed quantum financial system, QFS, is live across 209 nations. Iraqi dinar leading the charge, Zoom at parity levels that will make your head spin. Redemption centers are prepped and guarded by special forces. Tier 4B notifications could hit your inbox any moment. Sources inside the ops confirm, EBS activation imminent, February 6, 2026, starting in 100+ U.S. cities, then global rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming for full Starlink quantum satellite installation, no more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds. The old SWIFT system. Expired and buried. Bankers who resisted are vanishing, over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets get seized for the people. Trump's continuity of government is rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sitar, all synced for the first time in decades. Gitmo's expanded wings are filling fast with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Sealed indictments ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night loaded with operators. Predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. Mexican generals got the ultimatum, flip or disappear, half already turned. This is the hammer Q promised. Mark's intel via PDK aligns perfectly, groups in active negotiations, liquidity gate slammed shut on the old system, no turning back. Nizara/Jazara fully executed signatures. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The wealth transfer back to we the people is biblical, trillions flooding to patriots who held the line. The storm is here, Enans. Deep state puppets screaming in panic as their fiat empire collapses. Hold the line, trust the plan. Trump isn't negotiating, he's dismantling the snake once and for all. Mass arrests accelerating, tribunals ready, tribunals live soon. The Republic is restored, the GCR is here. Stay vigilant, stay frosty. Notifications dropping soon, your redemption appointment is coming. The greatest wealth transfer in history belongs to you. God wins. WWG1G. Friday, February 6, 2026. Trump about to drop the biggest announcement in history, deep state traitors being rounded up, the storm is unleashed. And justice is served. Patriots, this is it, the final blow that ends the cabal forever. Pray fervently, the Great Awakening is victorious. Larry Ballard, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Insider Larry Ballard, trusted voice in the Patriot trenches, is sounding the alarm loud and clear. Big arrests are exploding across the board on Friday, 6 February. High-profile deep state operatives, child traffickers, election thieves, and satanic elite puppets are getting zip-tied and hauled off in the dead of night. No more hiding in their bunkers or behind fake news shields. The military is executing sealed indictments by the thousands, and Gitmo is filling up fast with the biggest names you've been waiting to see. And Trump. He's primed to make the biggest announcement yet, a game-changer that will shake the world to its core. Expect the reveal of the full truth, the stolen 2020 election exposed beyond doubt, the quantum financial system flipping the switch to crush the fiat slave system. The restoration of the Republic announced in thunderous terms, and the total dismantling of the Luciferian cabal that's poisoned our nation for decades. This isn't just words, it's the kill shot. Trump's plan has been in motion since day one, and now with the Epstein horrors fully connected to the Clintons, Gates, Hollywood freaks, and Vatican black ops, the house of cards is collapsing. The desperate demons are screaming, false flags incoming, but white hats have them neutralized before they even launch. Special Forces raids on dumbs are freeing trafficked children by the hundreds. Tribunals are live streaming executions for treason, and the EBS is moments away from broadcasting the undeniable evidence that will wake every last normie. The Georgia fraud machine. Crushed. The bioweapon pushers. Done. The pedo empire. Obliterated. The storm isn't coming, it's here, devouring the guilty alive. No mercy, no retreat, no escape for the traitors. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. Trump is commanding the charge, the military is loyal, and we the people are rising. Stay armored in faith, protect your loved ones, and keep firing truth bombs everywhere. The awakening is unstoppable, the arrests are rolling, and victory is ours. WWG1G forever. God bless you warriors, God bless Trump, and God bless the restored Republic. Hold the line, it's almost over. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking news, Chase is targeting Bitcoiners and blocking bank accounts, the silent majority on Telegram. Chase Bank story WTF, this actually happened to an anonymous me, today. My bank account was blocked and is now scheduled to be terminated. I literally don't have access to my own money, not even to buy food. Chase told me they will mail all my money back to me in a paper check, which will arrive in about 4 to 5 weeks, business days. The check can only be deposited into another bank account in my name in the USA. And here's the fuck up part, I cannot open another bank account right now because they placed an OBS flag on my social security number. What triggered all of this? I tried to liquidate 68% of my fiat savings to buy Bitcoin. Today is February 5th. Bitcoin dropped to $65,000 per coin. I normally buy BTC calmly, monitor the market via my own node and wire money from Chase to Strike. I usually move about 10% of my paycheck each month to buy BTC. I've been doing this since August and no problem. But today was different. Instead of 10% of my paycheck, I wired almost 68% of my entire savings account. 2 hours later, I received a text from Chase, see the 3 screenshot below, telling me to call them. I did. They asked me many questions. I answered them. At the end of the call, they said, "The wire will not proceed because you answered one question incorrectly." I replied, "Impossible." "Which question?" They said, "We cannot tell you. Your account is now blocked and will proceed to termination within 10 business days." Then he hung up. I immediately run to Chase branch where I originally opened the account, with the same employee, to find out what is going on. He reviewed everything, called Chase fraud himself, spoke to them directly, and still couldn't resolve it. I made a writing complaint to have some answer, otherwise I will take legal actions. Here's the insane part, Chase refused to tell even their own employee why my account was blocked. They refused to explain and told that in 10 business days, they will decide whether to terminate it, ! Emoji. The employee apologized and told me something alarming: "This has been happening to a lot of people recently, especially those trying to buy Bitcoin." I asked why. He said he didn't know. Now the real nightmare, in 10 business days, 2 weeks, Chase will decide if my account is terminated. If it is terminated, it will take another 10 business days, another 2 weeks, to receive all my savings by paper check on mail. But wait, here's the catch. The check can only be deposited into a US bank account in my name. I cannot open a new account because of the OBS flag on my SSN. I cannot deposit the check into my husband's account, and my paycheck from Norwegian is linked to this blocked Chase account. This is a catch-22. Thank God I still have my Norwegian DNB bank account. I can't buy BTC with it, okay, but I have literally $2,000 there to survive while Chase motherfuckers holds my money hostage. I also have a Norwegian credit card. I do hate credit card. I only use cash because I refuse to help those parasites. That credit card is only for emergency, like today. My husband, who doesn't believe in Bitcoin, refused to lend me some money until I resolve the Chase issue. He said, "Sell some Bitcoin if you really need cash. You put yourself in this situation, get yourself out of it." I told him, "Okay, I have $2,000 in Norwegian account. When that runs out, I'll sell my watch, then my gold chain, and if I need I will sell my old pussy, until I get paid, but I will never sell my Bitcoin." If your money is in a bank, it is not yours. It never was. And it never will be. Chase is doing this on purpose, targeting Bitcoiners who self-custody and run nodes, like me, making it harder on us, so we need to liquidate our BTCs just to survive. I register in QFS. Voter fraud. Friday, February 6, 2027. Massive voter registration fraud exposed in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. All the voter registration applications contained the same handwriting, contained the same date with unknown signatures not matching anything contained on file. Cue the storm on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2027. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard led an investigation into Puerto Rico's voting machines last May, according to a new Reuters report. Citing similar voting infrastructure across the United States, her office said the Office of the Director of National Intelligence identified extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections. ODNI said some vulnerabilities in Puerto Rico's voting machines stemmed from the use of insecure cellular technology, along with software flaws that could allow hackers deep access into critical election systems. Given ODNI's broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security and our known work on understanding vulnerabilities to foreign and other malign interference, ODNI conducted an examination of electronic voting systems used in Puerto Rico's elections, an ODNI spokesperson said. In April 2025, Gabbard told a cabinet meeting that her office had obtained evidence showing U.S. electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hacking. "We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast," she said, adding that this supports the push for nationwide paper ballots so voters can trust the integrity of U.S. elections. Dan Bongino on Telegram/Medbeds. Epstein Files. Friday, February 6, 2026. Full disclosure. Dershowitz confirms he is Epstein's client list, federal judges blocking release to shield royalty, billionaires, and the global blackmail empire. Nizar and Jazara master client list on Telegram. Alan Dershowitz just dropped the ultimate red pill. He possesses the full, sealed Epstein client list and explosive files, but 3 corrupt federal judges in New York are deliberately suppressing everything to protect the elite pedo blackmail network. On recent shows with Sean Spicer and Piers Morgan, Dershowitz declared, "I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know." He knows the names, why they're hidden, and who's doing the hiding, but judicial gag orders bind him. This isn't justice, it's a cover-up for the cabal. The Epstein operation was never just a pervert's playground, it was a state-sponsored intelligence blackmail machine. Hidden cameras in every room, signed contracts on underage girls, guest logs, flight records, offshore money trails through Virgin Islands, Switzerland, Israel. Elites got entrapped, then controlled, votes rigged, policies twisted at UN, WHO, IMF, Federal Reserve. Virginia Giuffre's sealed deposition names codenames, transaction amounts, specific abuse acts tied to intelligence operatives. Release it and governments fall. DOJ dumped 3 million pages, including 20,000 estate records, but media distracts with Prince Andrew, Bill Gates. Real bombshells stay sealed. Epstein emails mentioning Trump. Judges have deep ties, Clinton donors, Harvard Law Network, private intel firms. They're executing delays to save royalty like Prince Andrew, billionaires, tech CEOs. West Coast founder visited island 2015. Then election algorithms flipped, pharma lobbyists cashing vaccine contracts via shells post-2020, global bankers funneling cash through Deutsche Bank. Why the panic now? Trump controls DOJ and courts in his second term. He's forcing transparency the deep state fears. Dershowitz demands full release, judges block it to protect the guilty. The list includes untouchables, royals, CEOs, politicians, scientists all compromised. Trump is dismantling the machine. Fake smears won't stick, he's the outsider who never bowed. Mass exposure incoming. The blackmail empire crumbles when names drop. These demons now justice hunts them. Patriots, the storm intensifies. Q was right, the list exists, the cover-up is real, Trump is the wrecking ball. NCSIC. Nothing stops what's coming. The elite are terrified, their global control system ends here. Stay strong, full disclosure is imminent, and hell comes with it. Friday, February 6, 2026 huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. In early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who've enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shatter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth. These bloodlines rigged currencies, forced endless national debt, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoyne, Marika Van Hoof, Sergio Andrade, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, and deep state ops. Tribunals at expanded Guantanamo churn through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026 executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files, forced out by Trump, expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live, gold-backed, unstoppable. BIS reserves drained, IMF empty, Fed dying. Banco Master Brazil collapsed, owner arrested for trillions in fraud, one of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap, snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. 50,000 plus troops ready in 27 states, vehicles position, Cheyenne Mountain alive under Trump and loyal generals. Russia, Brazil, allies hunting. Iran Hezbollah cash cut, Maduro gone January 3, 2026, oil reclaimed. Cabal sabotage from M-Alpha 1999 declassified, malware crushed, planes grounded. The globalist coffin is nailed shut. Old world dies now, republic rises with gold, freedom, justice. Trump dismantles their rule forever, patriots win, traitors lose it all. Stay sharp, spread truth, claim your share. The Great Awakening triumphs, WWG Wonga. Real news that never made the fake news.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored. Officially dismantling Satan-worshipping deep state. Gold-backed quantum financial system crushing fiat US dollar. Stolen 2020 election exposed. And we have a quote from President Trump. Freedom always costs someone something. Thank you to those who gave everything for ours. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come. Time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight, 11/11, the Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, February 1st, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history by activating the quantum financial system across the globe. 100% live gold asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Site R, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special force teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Soros puppets, fake news tyrants, and child traffickers. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals, roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies. When the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat US dollar, the affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of U.S. taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour or 10 days of darkness. We don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1st, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service was turning into the External Revenue Service. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the Doge audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. With the global currency reset came many other ways the people of the world would experience freedom mid-February. Another was suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The most significant was the people's freedom from debt. Trump's mantra was to take from the rich that which had been stolen and give it back to the poor who had earned it in the first place. Nasara Jasara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, with redemption centers guarded by special forces, Tier 4B. Us, the internet group who hold foreign currency and Zim bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who was at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges, including most of the Supreme Court and the NGOs. In the last 90 days alone, 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silently taking unexplained early retirement. These same people were suspected to be part of the massive fraud schemes uncovered by DOJ audits. Some believed, blackmailed by the Epstein pedophile network, were now suddenly retiring with health issues, selling their homes, liquidating assets, and moving other unreported assets offshore. They were relocating in non-extradition countries, hiring criminal defense attorneys, and always on the way out attacking Trump. Why Trump? Because as head of the White Hat Global Military Alliance, he was acting on over 500,000 federal indictments compiled by special investigators and taken to state grand juries since he first took office in 2016. Multiple high-level sources confirm that the final sequence of the plan has activated, and mass arrests were occurring worldwide of Satan-worshipping traitors. There were 20,000 plus troops, plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities. Covert raids hitting minor and major cities, including D.C., London, and the Vatican. Sealed indictments were ripping open. C-130s landing under cover of night, loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7, all of which were filling fast. Gizmo's expanded wings with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Mexican generals received Trump's ultimatum: flip or disappear, half already turned. This was the hammer Q promised. The military, White Hats, and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours, mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. On Friday, February 6th, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities with a global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. The crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different, the cabal will be gone, the system will be new. You will be free. Friday, February 6th, worldwide EBS. 72-hour blackout GCR rollout. FBI Director Kash Patel. On Sunday, February 15th, mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin based on internal comms for secure servers. EBS, or a parallel encrypted alert system, may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications, everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. I, FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system, it works, and the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We're just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing. Friday, February 6th, confirmations just in, final triggers activated. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens lit up with final rates. IQD $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND $5.12 holding but expected to surge post announcement. ZIM and other currencies final adjustments in. Friday, February 6th, attention Paymasters report, full releases, Tier 4B, ISO 20022. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. Judy note, it is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a redemption center. The dinar contract rate can only be given at redemption centers, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates such as above than what you can obtain at a redemption center. Restored Republic, Friday, February 6th. My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection and for mine, but now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we have uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal, and yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I'm now preparing to go live and reveal everything, but time is short, and they're trying to block this message before it spreads. Friday, February 6th. News treason full intel drop. Trump's boldest move yet. Q Ops revealed. Secret military alliance in full swing. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state traitors vanishing into Gitmo nightmares. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots and Anons. The final storm is unleashing biblical fury right now. February 6, 2026. News treason just dropped the mother of all intel bombs, confirming Trump's boldest move ever, activating the full Q Global Military Alliance sting operation that's been planned since day one. President Donald J. Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, has flipped the switch. Elite special forces teams raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. Sealed indictments unsealing by the avalanche. Thousands per hour. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent waves. More vanishing hourly as black vans roll at 3 a.m. Dumbs breached, adrenochrome horrors destroyed, black budget ops seized. Trump's dire warnings are real. Surrender or face military justice swinging hard. The look in his eyes says it's over for them. Juan O'Savin echoes it loud. The 2020 Steele declared national election emergency, constitution enforced by military authority. Fake regime crumbling at warp speed. Quantum financial system fully live. Gold asset-backed swallowing cabal trillions. Fiat Ponzi dead. Banks collapsing. Over 12,000 branches shutting down soon. Nisara Jasara activations flooding patriots with erased debts, prosperity payments, reimbursements from seized wealth. EBS Truth Tsunami locked and loaded. Declassified files ready to expose election fraud. Bioweapons labs, foreign interference, elite blackmail rings. Space Force guarding infinite resources. Rescued innocents freed, final bunkers crushed. This is Trump's blitzkrieg, the Great Awakening exploding into the Great Restoration. Deep state in total panic, holdouts cornered from Davos to underground lairs. Trump dismantles their satanic empire forever. Republic rises sovereign, free and unstoppable. Red state patriots loading massive payouts via golden badge. Secure yours now before the full rollout or miss history's greatest wealth transfer. No more lies, no more tyranny. Justice rains down. Stay vigilant, warriors. Spread the fire. Pray fierce. Trust the plan. The traitors lose everything. America wins bigly. The storm is victorious. Where we go one, Friday, February 6th, Senator Eric Schmidt tells off the co-president of a woke, Soros-funded NGO trying to block and tackle for Somali fraudsters. First, he points out that public citizen declaring ICE operations to be racist doesn't mean much, given that they have previously said that basically everything is racist, including DC not being a state and the phrase law and order. You use racism to intimidate people to get your way. And it's not 2020 anymore. The American people are over it. So what you're going to find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race. We're going to prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't going to stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders you have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Friday, February 6th, Trump unleashes Pelosi's insider trading bomb. She dumped Visa stock 1 day before DOJ lawsuit. 18 U.S. Code 1348 violation. Criminal charges loom as market scam explodes. February 6 breaking special report. Pelosi and husband outperformed the Dow by 17,000%. $133 million stock scheme exposed while in Congress. February 6 bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. February 6, boom. Epstein files detonate. UK power broker Mandelson leaked 2008 bank secrets to Epstein while he was in jail. The globalist crash. Friday, February 6, economic bomb. The debt ends here. U.S. Treasury executes $6 billion buyback in 1 week. Quiet economic warfare to restore sovereignty. February 6, just in, U.S. debt clock reveals the future. Trump holds the key to the golden age. The financial reset has begun. Here's what you need to know. And Friday, February 6, major breaking. The justice Hillary Clinton said would never come. Benghazi terrorists arrested after 14 years. FBI brings Zubair al-Bakush to U.S. soil to face justice. February 6, 2026, Friday, February 6, Intel drop another Hillary Clinton story from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi, a deep state failure in full view. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, February 6. The storm is no longer approaching, it's here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of February 1st, the quantum financial system activated globally, 100% live, gold asset backed, no more fiat slavery. Trump flipped the switch, green light on. Constitutional republic restored under common law, military is the only way. High alert, Friday, February 6, 2026. EBS activation window locked 72 hours or less from key drops. 20,000 plus troops plus foreign allies in position. across 360 cities for deep state roundups. Covert raids hit D.C., London, Vatican. Stolen loot frozen via QFS. Banks losing control, Dead Sea raised. Nisar Jasar already active. The old world falls silent while the new world rises. Mr. Pool signals final chapter. SG Anon mirrors confirm. Friday, February 6th, David Nino Rodriguez dropped the hammer. Hillary Clinton tried calling Trump's bluff and got exposed in real time. David Nino, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention, because the storm is raging harder than ever right now on February 6, 2026. In this fresh drop from the front lines, 107 teams up with David Nino Rodriguez to unleash pure fire on the deep state's crumbling empire. The big headline: crooked Hillary Clinton just made a desperate move. She tried calling Trump's bluff, thinking she could still pull strings from the shadows. Big mistake. Huge. Juan lays it out crystal clear. The witch from Arkansas is panicking as the news tightens around the entire cabal. She's watching her old tricks fail one by one. Blackmail, threats, fake leaks, and now she's scrambling to negotiate or intimidate. But Trump and the White Hats are not playing games anymore. Military intelligence has everything locked down, and the bluff calling backfired spectacularly. Hillary's attempt only proves how terrified they are of what's coming next. Mass exposure, sealed indictments flipping to public executions of justice, and the final takedown of the pedo elite network she's been neck deep in for decades. Nino brings the heat, too, connecting the dots on how this ties straight into the ongoing civil war inside the government. The White Hats are in full control behind the scenes, prepping for the big reveal that will shake the world. EBS alerts are primed. Alliances with foreign patriots are solidifying, and the deep state's house of cards is collapsing faster than you can say, lock her up. Juan hints strongly. Expect fireworks soon. Names dropping, arrests rolling, and the public finally seeing the real Epstein files unredacted, with Hillary's fingerprints all over them. This isn't just talk, Anons, it's confirmation that Trump's second term is the cleanup operation that we've prayed for. The plan never stopped. The military's moving pieces we can't even see yet. And every desperate act from these demons, like Hillary's pathetic bluff call, only accelerates their doom. The Great Awakening is hitting critical mass. Stay vigilant, drop those deltas, trust the plan harder than ever. The end of the cabal is here. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. We're witnessing the victory unfolding live. Hold the line, Patriots. We're in the final battle, and the White Hats are dominating. Share this everywhere before they try to scrub it. The truth is unstoppable now. Friday, February 6th, breaking intel drop. Nick Fleming, RVGCR update. February 6th, the floodgates are opening. Patriots, the deep state is crumbling as the quantum financial system takes full control. Nick Fleming, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. This is it. Nick Fleming just dropped explosive RVGCR intel that has the entire White Hat Alliance buzzing. The revaluation of global currencies is no longer a maybe, it's rolling out right now under military protection. And the gold-backed quantum financial system is live across 209 nations. Iraqi dinar leading the charge. Zim at parity levels that will make your head spin. Vietnamese dong surging under BRICS gold standard integration. Redemption centers are prepped and guarded by special forces. Tier 4B notifications could hit your box any moment. Sources inside the ops confirm EBS activation imminent. February 6, 2026, starting in 100 plus U.S. cities, then global rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming for full Starlink quantum satellite installation. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. The old system, SWIFT system, expired and buried. Bankers who resisted are vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets get seized for the people. Trump's continuity of government is rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sidar are all synced for the first time in decades. Gitmo's expanded wings are filling fast with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Sealed indictments ripping open C-130s landing under cover of night, loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. Mexican generals got the ultimatum, flip or disappear. Half already turned. This is the hammer Q promised. Mark Z intel via PDK aligns perfectly. Groups in active negotiations, liquidity gates slammed shut on the old system, no turning back. Nassar Jassara fully executed signatures. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The wealth transfer back to we the people is biblical. Trillions flooding to patriots who held the line. The storm is here, Anons, deep state puppets screaming in panic as their fiat empire collapses. Hold the line. Trust the plan. Trump isn't negotiating. He's dismantling the snake once and for all. Mass arrests accelerating. Tribunals ready. Tribunals live soon. The Republic is restored. The GCR is here. Stay vigilant. Stay frosty. Notifications dropping soon. Your redemption appointment is coming. The greatest wealth transfer in history belongs to you. God wins. Where we go one, we go all. Friday, February 6th, breaking news. Chase is targeting Bitcoiners and blocking bank accounts. The silent majority on Telegram. Chase Bank story. WTF. This actually happened to an anonymous me today. My bank account was blocked and is now scheduled to be terminated. I literally don't have access to my own money, not even to buy food. Chase told me they will mail all my money back to me in a paper check, which will arrive in about 4 to 5 weeks, business days. That check can only be deposited into another bank account in my name in the USA. And here's the F up part. I cannot open another bank account right now because they placed an OBS flag on my social security number. What triggered all of this? I tried to liquidate 68% of my fiat savings to buy Bitcoin. Today is February 5th. Bitcoin dropped to 65,000 per coin. I normally buy Bitcoin calmly, monitor the market via my own node and wire money from Chase to Strike. I usually move about 10% of my paycheck each month to buy Bitcoin. I've been doing this since August and no problem, but today was different. Instead of 10% of my paycheck, I wired almost 68% of my entire savings account. 2 hours later, I received a text from Chase. See the 3 screenshots below telling me to call them, and I did. They asked me many questions. I answered them. At the end of the call, they said, the wire will not proceed because you answered one question incorrectly. I replied, impossible, which question? They said, we cannot tell you. Your account is now blocked and will proceed to termination within 10 business days. Then he hung up. I immediately run to Chase branch where I originally opened the account with the same employee to find out that is what is going on. He reviewed everything, called Chase fraud himself, spoke to them directly, and still couldn't resolve it. I made a writing complaint to have some answers. Otherwise, I will take legal actions. Here's the insane part. Chase refused to tell even their own employee why my account was blocked. They refused to explain and told that in 10 business days they will decide whether to terminate it. The employee apologized and told me something alarming. This has been happening to a lot of people recently, especially those trying to buy Bitcoin. I asked why. He said he didn't know. Now the real night effing mare. In 10 business days, 2 weeks, Chase will decide if my account is terminated. If it is terminated, it will take another 10 business days, 2 weeks, to receive all my savings by paper check on mail. But wait, here's the catch. That check can only be deposited into a U.S. bank account in my name. I cannot open a new account because of the OBS flag on my social security number. I cannot deposit the check into my husband's account, and my paycheck from Norwegian is linked to this blocked Chase account. This is a catch-22. Thank God I still have my Norwegian DNB bank account. I can't buy Bitcoin with it, okay, but I have a literally $2,000 there to survive while Chase Mother F's holds my money hostage. I also have a Norwegian credit card. I do hate credit cards. I only use cash because I refuse to help those parasites. That credit card is only for emergencies like today. My husband, who doesn't believe in Bitcoin, refused to lend me some money until I resolved the Chase issue. He said, sell some Bitcoin if you really need cash. You put yourself in this situation. Get yourself out of it. I told him, okay, I have 2,000 in a Norwegian account. When that runs out, I'll sell my watch, then my gold chain, and if I need, I will sell my I'm not saying that until I get paid. But I will never sell my Bitcoin. If your money is in a bank, it is not yours. It never was, and it never will be. Chase is doing this on purpose, targeting Bitcoiners who self-custody and run nodes like me, making it harder on us. So we need to liquidate our Bitcoins just to survive. I register in QFS.
Civil enforcement.
Voter fraud, Friday, February 6, 2026. Massive voter registration fraud exposed in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. All the voter registration applications contain the same handwriting, contain the same date, with unknown signatures not matching anything contained on file. Cue the storm on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2026, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard led an investigation into Puerto Rico's voting machines last May, according to a new Reuters report citing similar voting infrastructure across the United States. Her office said the Office of the Director of National Intelligence identified extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections. ODNI said some vulnerabilities in Puerto Rico's voting machines stemmed from the use of insecure cellular technology, along with software flaws that could allow hackers deep access into critical election systems. Given ODNI's broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security, and our known work on understanding vulnerabilities to foreign and other malign interference, ODNI conducted an examination of electronic voting systems used in Puerto Rico's elections. An ODNI spokesperson said, in April 2025, Gabbard told a cabinet meeting that her office had obtained evidence showing U.S. electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hacking. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast. She said, adding that this supports the push for nationwide paper ballots so voters can trust the integrity of U.S. elections. Friday, February 6th, huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. Early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shutter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Margik Van Hoof, Sergio Vandrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, deep state ops. Tribunals that expanded Guantanamo churned through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026, executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired. January 25th, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump. Expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live. Gold-backed unstoppable. BIS reserves drained. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud. One of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap. Snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. 50,000 plus troops ready in 27 states. Vehicles positioned. Cheyenne Mountain alive under Trump and loyal generals. Russia, Brazil, allies hunting. Iran, Hezbollah, cash cut. Maduro, gone. January 3rd, 2026. Oil reclaimed. Cabal sabotage from M Alpha 1999 declassified. Malware crushed. Planes grounded. The globalist coffin is nailed shut. Old world dies now. Republic rises with gold. Freedom, justice, Trump dismantles their rule forever. Patriots win. Traitors lose it all. Stay sharp, spread the truth, and claim your share. The Great Awakening triumphs. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening has begun. EBS activated. Starlink overrides mainstream media narratives. QFS, NESARA GESARA, gold-backed currencies, debt jubilee. Mass arrests of Satan worshipping deep state continued. 10 days of darkness incoming. Stock up on food, water, batteries, prayer. When you walk through a storm, hold your chin up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm is a golden sky and the sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain. Though your dreams be tossed and blown, walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Trust the plan. Q on Telegram. Privately owned U.S. Inc. government bankrupt. Shuts down on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. America's new constitutional republic goes live on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Global currency reset, gold-backed currency goes live Monday, February 2nd. Meanwhile, Trump announced no more income tax. EBS activated, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS activated Thursday, February 5th, 2026. The White House has triggered the final phase. EBS signals are live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives. As of 0.01 today, Thursday, February 5th, the quantum financial system fully synchronized with NESARA GESARA protocols. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continued in silence. High-profile names already in custody and under military tribunals. The cabal's last attempt to block the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness incoming to protect the people while truth bombs drop via EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance is in control. Gold-backed currencies are live, debt jubilee activated, humanitarian funds released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor, stock up on water, food, batteries, and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light wins. Trump wins, we the people win, God wins. Where we go one, we go all forever. Global Currency Reset, GCR RV. Tier 4B notifications for ZIM holders expected in waves starting Thursday, February 5th to Tuesday, February 10th, per Insider Syncs. 24 to 48 hours remain, Friday, February 6th to Saturday, February 7th. For Tier 4B notifications for foreign currency holders, the financial reset is now unstoppable. Redemption centers are in silent mode but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who have been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. Thursday, February 5th, reports from Reno suggest first batches of ZIM holders have been escorted under military guard to classified exchange points. QFS mirrors activated, all ZIM redemption classified as special sovereign handling. Each individual is being treated as a transitional asset holder, part of the bridge into the new Earth economy. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Restored Republic, Thursday, February 5th. Huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. SGAnon on Telegram. In early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shatter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth, forced endless national debt, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Marajik Van Hoof, Sergio Andrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, and deep state ops. Tribunals at expanded Guantanamo churned through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command, now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026 executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25th, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live, gold back unstoppable. BIS reserves drained, IMF empty, Fed is dying. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud, one of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap, snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. Thursday, February 5th. They're not resigning, they're running. And if you're paying attention, you already know why. The pattern is undeniable. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. In the last 90 days, 47 Congress members won't seek re-election. Federal judges step down for personal reasons. Media anchors disappearing without explanation. Agency directors taking early retirement. This isn't coincidence. This is evacuation. When rats flee the ship, it's not because they're tired. It's because they know what's coming. The sealed indictments. There are currently over 500,000 sealed indictments in the federal court system. Normal year average, 1,000 to 2,000. Current count, 500,000 plus. That's not a typo. That's a purge waiting to happen. These are not parking tickets. These are the names of people who thought they were untouchable. Politicians, executives, celebrities, judges. The same people now suddenly retiring. The same people now selling homes. The same people now moving assets offshore. They know their names are on that list. The military knows everything. Every email, every transaction, every flight log, every message. For years they watched. For years they documented. For years they waited. The trap wasn't set overnight. It was set over decades. And now the trap is closing. What they did. Treason against the United States, human trafficking networks, money laundering through foreign aid, election manipulation, blackmail operations controlling politicians. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact. The evidence exists. The witnesses are talking. The panic signals. Watch what they do, not what they say. Signal 1, sudden health issues requiring resignation. Signal 2, family moving to non-extradition countries. Signal 3, liquidating assets. Signal 4, hiring criminal defense attorneys. Signal 5, attacking Trump with desperation. Every attack is a confession. Every resignation is an admission. They're not fighting for power anymore. They're fighting for freedom, and they're losing. The Great Awakening, this is not politics. It's the largest military operation in human history. The takedown of a global criminal syndicate controlling governments, media, banks, courts, education, medicine, everything. For centuries, they operated in shadows. For centuries, they believed they were gods. For centuries, they were wrong. The dominoes are falling. The rats are running. The light is winning. Dark to light. Breaking. Michael Jaco, Trump warning. February 5th. Deep state taken down hard. Patriots, the final storm is unleashing. Mass arrests surging. Trump's kill switch activated. Cabal crumbling into oblivion. Michael Jaco, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The deep state is being taken down right now. No mercy, no escape. Trump's master plan has flipped to full execution mode. Elite special forces raiding hidden bunkers, high-value targets, zip-tied and vanished, the snake's head severed in coordinated global ops. They must fall, and they're falling like dominoes. Clinton's, Obama's, Soros puppets, Vatican black nobility all marked, hunted, and disappearing into black sites faster than you can scream. Trump's kill switch is live. From secure command centers, the commander-in-chief directs the takedown. Mass arrests accelerating, tribunals ramping up 24/7, Gitmo wings packed with treasonous elites who stole elections. The final phase is activated, 72-hour windows closing, hell breaking loose on the cabal as their empires implode. No more games. Trump isn't negotiating, he's eradicating. Deep state demons in total panic, bunkering down while operators breach doors, drag them out kicking. This is biblical justice unfolding in real time. The storm rages full throttle. EBS on standby for the big reveal. 10 days of darkness to broadcast undeniable proof. Nassar Jassar rolling. Quantum financial system enforcing the gold-back reset. Trillions flooding back to patriots. The meek inherit the earth. Wealth transfer post-storm. BRICS rising, unstoppable. Fiat empires buried. Old world order ashes. Patriots brace for impact. The greatest military sting in history delivers. Deep state puppets, shell-shocked, screaming as their beast system collapses. Trump in absolute control. God on our side. Angels assigned. Hold the line. Stack heavy. Stay frosty. Mass tribunals live soon. Freedom restored. Republic reborn. Your victory is here. The awakening total. The takedown complete. God wins huge. Win the people. Reclaim everything. The final battle crushes the satanic cabal forever. Where we go one, we go all.
It's the 6th of February 2026, and today is a massive day in the world of silver. Things are happening because what's happening behind the scenes that is not being talked about in public is the banking system in America is waiting for silver to hit the magical figure of $80 an ounce. When it does, the call goes out and everything changes. When I say everything changes, I mean everything changes. I've said that this week is very, very important, and it is. The question is, though, how much will we actually see of the change? Because one thing we're learning on this journey, we're not being told the truth. They're manipulating things so that we don't know the truth. The mainstream media are not what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to tell us what's going on. They don't. They tell us what the rich, the powerful want you to know. My next story is one that's right in everybody's mind right now. It's Jeffrey Epstein and the files that have come out. It exposes an awful lot. It exposes some very sad things. That the Dalai Lama and Mother Teresa were frequent visitors to Epstein Island. That for me is sad, because we looked up to these people. And suddenly you find out they weren't what we thought they were. That was just a front. That was just a facade. There's many, many more. We find out that Epstein now, The levels of depravity, the levels of corruption are absolutely mind-blowing. I said to you 3 years ago, we're going through a phase of changing the narrative, preparing people for what's happening right now. If this information had come out 3 years ago, most people would have switched off. They wouldn't have believed it. But the 3 years of hard work in changing the narrative have made people start asking questions. There are still people fast asleep. There's not a lot we can do about that. All we can do is nurture the ones that have woken up and guide them to the truth. We're in a battle right now between good and evil, between God and Satan. On the bad side, these people are truly satanic. They've sold their soul to the devil. Fortunately, we have an audience that believe in God. Like I do, like Drew does, like our team does. We believe in God, we trust in God, and all of the answers right now are within you when you speak to God. You can find out what's really going on when you're connected to God. You don't need all these channels out there to find out what's going on. The answers to everything are within you, if you're connected to God. Big if. It's your job to connect. And it's a very interesting time to be alive. There's so much going on in the world right now.
Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Epstein files reveal Biden shot by firing squad in 2017. Been played by actors and clones ever since. Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Fox News breaking. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is personally on the ground, surging the rebuild for Palisades fire victims, deployed by President Trump after dereliction of duty by Mayor Socialist commie Karen Bass. We need to break through the local log jams. We will not stop until LA is fully rebuilt. Thursday, February 5th, breaking bombshell. Charlie Ward, major shock. February 5th, biggest news to break ever, Patriots. The snake's head is cut off. Vatican gold seized. 13 bloodlines terminated. Global reset exploding into total victory. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Dr. Charlie Ward, the elite connected truth warrior with boots on the ground sources, just unleashed the major shock of the century. The biggest news story in human history is breaking right now. The head of the snake is severed. Trump meant it literally when he said cut off the head. Rockefeller, Windsor remnants, Orsini, Lee, and the rest are gone. Permanently eliminated. No clones, no doubles, no mercy. Their satanic dynasty contracts expired, and the enforcers turned on them in a white hat kill box. At Davos 2026, heads rolled literally. Massive Vatican takedown confirmed. International military forces stormed the black heart of global corruption. 650 plane loads of gold, cash, and valuables seized from Vatican vaults and flown straight to Fort Knox and secure U.S. Treasury sites. The Pope, key mafia figures, 350 plus Vatican personnel arrested or vanished in the raid. This wasn't just treasure recovery, it ended the Vatican's chokehold on the world's money supply and human trafficking financing. Trump showed up at the Vatican with a massive dossier, handed it to the Pope. Take your time, have a look-see. Then the hammer dropped. 3 big players crushed, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Vatican, all aligned against the cabal, now flipped or neutralized. The storm is at full throttle. Biggest news breaking globally. Quantum financial system live, gold-backed currencies surging. Fiat collapse accelerating. Nassar Jassar enforcement. Imminent debt wiped. Prosperity funds unleashing trillions to patriots. Mass arrests surging harder. Gitmo processing high-level traders tied to UN, Big Pharma, election theft, and bioweapons. EBS countdown ticking. Rescues from White House tunnels. Underground whores. Epstein files exploding with undeniable proof. Trump dissolved U.S. Inc., Brunson case ripping open fraud, temporary martial law to restore the republic under common law. Patriots, this is biblical. The meek inherit the earth in real time. Deep state demons and absolute terror, bunkers breached. Puppets exposed and eliminated, the greatest wealth transfer, the total awakening, the final justice, all dropping now. God assigned the angels. Military executed the plan perfectly, no escape for the cabal. They are history. Stay locked in, stay in prayer, hold the line stronger than ever. Your redemption, your freedom, your victory is here. The republic rises, the snake is dust. We the people win everything forever. God wins massively. The energy was under the control of the same banks that controlled the money. Energy crises, oil wars, and climate hysteria were never about supply. They had to do with control. That control is now crumbling. Tesla Energy Grid merge and QFS. We are not only witnessing the demise of fiat with the activation of the quantum financial system, but also the resurgence of Tesla's suppressed inventions. Declassification and restoration of hidden patents, which have been classified as national security for decades, are underway. Currently, the Space Force has more than 5,000 classified energy patents under GESARA law, including systems with zero-point energy, batteries with quantum resonance, drives with magnetic propulsion, harvesters of atmospheric energy. These are not hypotheses, they are genuine. For years, they have fueled black budget initiatives. Additionally, they are being incorporated into a decentralized energy network that will get rid of electricity bills permanently, eliminate reliance on fuel, use clean wireless energy to power cities and homes, make economies dependent on fossil fuels obsolete. Why was it hidden? Because freedom is equal to energy independence. Because you cannot be enslaved by businesses or governments. If you can power your house, car, and technology without paying a bill. For this reason, under NESARA GESARA, the public will have access to energy patents. New grids powered by Tesla will be constructed worldwide. Under a lawful transition, utility companies will be nationalized or dismantled. Every home will receive a free upgrade to quantum Tesla nodes. It's not a dream. The restructuring mandates include it. Every nation that complies with the GESARA protocols is required by contract to break up the oil-based monopoly and give its citizens access to technology that has been suppressed. Solar panels and wind farms are not the way of the future. Limitless quantum flow, scalar wave amplifiers, and Tesla towers are the future. Your enslavement was never intended to be paid for by you. Now the people literally have more power. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 5th. Epstein Files expose human cloning, MKUltra mind control, and Rothschilds hiding Hitler. The deep state's darkest secrets are out. Cue the storm. Patriots, wake the hell up. The latest Epstein document drops are blowing the lid off the global cabal like never before. This isn't just about some island pervert and blackmail. These files reveal a full-on pathocracy in governments, big pharma, mainstream media, and our entire culture to enslave humanity. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't some lone operator. He was a top-tier power broker for the elite, pushing early Bitcoin to launch the dirty money, advancing transhumanist nightmares, orchestrating regime changes worldwide, and running MKUltra-style psychological torture ops to break minds and control key figures. The documents prove it. Coercion, trauma-based programming, and total domination are how these monsters keep their grip on power. And get this, buried in the files are emails between Epstein and Rothschild banker Ariane de Rothschild casually discussing how Adolf Hitler lived in a homeless shelter in Vienna funded by wealthy Jewish families, including the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. Epstein straight up says it's 100% true. Hitler was peddling his paintings and clothes while crashing in a shelter bankrolled by these bloodlines. Coincidence? Hell no, this ties the modern Rothschild financial empire right back to funding the very monster they claim to oppose. Are they still hiding him, or is his legacy in some Antarctic bunker or cloned body? The dots connect anons. They've been playing both sides for centuries. But it gets even darker. Whispers in these releases point to human cloning, elite experiments to create perfect doubles, while they depopulate the rest of us. Combine that with MKUltra mind control tech still running today. Think celebrity breakdowns, mass shooters, politicians who flip overnight. And transhumanist pushes for merging man with machine. This is the real plan. Wipe out God's creation, replace it with their soulless abominations. These aren't theories anymore. The deep state is panicking because the truth is leaking everywhere. They've controlled the narrative for decades through trauma, blackmail, and ritual abuse, but their great awakening is unstoppable now. The most important thing, waking up more people. Share this far and wide. The cabal fears an informed, angry populace more than anything, and using MK Ultra tactics to keep us docile. But we see you, demons. Nothing can stop what is coming. The storm is here. Trump knew. The White Hats are dismantling it piece by piece. Stay frosty, trust the plan, and keep red pilling. The end of their reign is close.
Talked about this multiple times. It'll come out in phases, and each phase you'll have like a little bit more, but more pressure will be put on the black pillars, the what we call FAGA. FAGA is the fake MAGA, as well as the liberals who are demanding that this information come about. And then we said it's going to drop, and when it drops, the thing is that the people who demanded it, the Democrats, the liberals who demanded it, will not be able to deny it. They will not be able to ignore it. And this is what we're finding out right now. Now, I did make a special note that not one active politician other than Donald Trump has been named in them. And I said, that's kind of odd. But I think that there's, 3-4 million documents. We're going to find some true revelations that are going to be coming out here. And as more and more people begin to associate Jeffrey Epstein with these documents and the atrocities that were committed, we're going to find a massive revelation happening within society. Now, this is also important because, if you guys go back to 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein, didn't kill himself, right? The majority of the people in the United States of America had no clue who Jeffrey Epstein was. Mm-hmm. They didn't know the name Jeffrey Epstein. So if justice came back then, it would have never been accepted globally. It wouldn't have been accepted nationally. People wouldn't have accepted it psychologically. But now it's a household name. You have the Netflix documentary. You have a 1 year of 3 different phases of people bringing attention to Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein. And all of a sudden they get released and they're like, oh, well, Reid Hoffman's implicated. And, oh, well, that's Netflix. And, well, now we got other politicians. We got global leaders. Oh, my God, the conspiracy theories were true. Now you have Pizzagate rising back up. And people are like, wait, Pizzagate was true? Mm-hmm. This is
far worse than what they were telling us, what we learned earlier. I say it's far, far worse than what you and I have been doing, Mike.
Yeah. So we're in this time of massive revelation that is occurring, and I believe that this is going to bring about what we've all been talking about is the Great Awakening.
We're going to welcome Mike Jaco in here. He's our third rounder coming in. Carrie will be in a minute, but Mike, we were talking about, as you heard, the Epstein files coming out, how this thing's unfolding, talking about the Grammys, Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj coming out, support of Trump and Christ. And I mean, you talk about throwing a grenade inside their freaking tent. Like, holy shit, when I saw that, all that information being put out there just in the last 24 hours. And just to get Mike's comment on it, what I'll say is that you just you laid out the landscape, Josh. The reality of all this is, and why so many people have gotten impatient in the last 5 years. And I get impatient with podcasters that get impatient. The reality is, this is not about taking down the deep state cabal on the planet. Yes, that's part of it. It has to be done. What this entire operation is about is an ascension track, a great awakening, letting people see for themselves. They will never, ever, ever believe it, especially after we've been lied to about all of our history, about World War II, Holocaust. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the realities of the Holocaust in Russia, the Bolsheviks slaughtering 60 million people. Nobody says anything. All this stuff that's never taught in history books and everything they do teach us is all programming. Most of it lies. And and this could go in history books too this time, but they're going to remember history back then. Oh, they're lying. They lied back then. But if we have the masses of people on Mother Earth telling the next generations on that. There's a DNA change at this level. When you are hit with these kind of traumas, there's a DNA change. It continues to carry itself throughout your whole life, and it goes down through generations. Believe it or not, DNA memories are stored inside of yourself, and it gets projected on. And so it's planting a shift in the I wouldn't say the neural structures, but it's certainly the DNA to always remember what happened to this planet. The real history that people are getting to see is what's going to shift us in that upward track to such a hyper speed that once this thing goes vertical, when all this stuff just keeps bang, bang, but it's drip, 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 boom. It's the wake up. It is the absolute utter shock to get people out of the dream spell that the life they've lived is all a lie, all false, everything created was not how it was supposed to be. That is what this war is all about. Let's bring in Mike Jaco, get his comment on that, on the back end of that.
Yeah, everybody's like, they know their time is limited. They don't know that. They've had this happen to them so many times over, the centuries where, it's like, it looks like they're going to end. They're still full speed ahead. And they're going to continue until they're all gone or all in prison, which is, I don't see any of that happening anytime soon. But we're going to basically break them down, and it's going to take time. It's like if you were coming after me and my team, SEAL Team 6 guys, you're going to have to eliminate every single one of us. And that's the way they are. They're going to keep coming at us, and they're going to keep, they have their missions, and they're going to keep coming. Jeffrey Epstein was part of their crew, and he was, I guess, convinced to give up information. That's ridiculous beyond belief. I said it from the beginning that the guy was still alive. He's going to give up information. There's even people that are putting stuff out, Scott, that he's there in Dallas with you, driving around in trucks. I don't know. So that could be disinformation, of course, and that's the way both sides are playing this game right now. And we see this satanic Luciferian stuff in the Super Bowl and like the Grammys. We just had the woman that played in Home Alone. She died recently. We just had the full moon. So the 3 days on either side of the full moon are ritual days for the deep state, the Luciferians. So they did that every time they have a Grammy. And it's happened over and over again. These people are just out of control, and the only way we defeat them is we start to expose, their evil, so the people can see it. I did a show last night, and I'm just calling out all these people that are out there protesting. They're just useful idiots. Useful idiots for the deep state. Come on, we got to see this. We can't say, oh, we need to let them peacefully protest. Not peacefully protesting. This is out of control. I said let's drive up a bus and load them up in the bus and take them down to the local precinct and say, who's paying you? You're a local and you're not being paid. Go home and don't come back again, or you're going to get arrested and you're going to be in jail for a while. You other people that are being paid, you're going to go to jail for a long time. So this is how we end this. We have to quit playing around with this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, Donnie Lemon's he's going to find out, isn't he, Mike?
It's like Hillary and, Bill Clinton should be arrested at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So when I start to see so Don Lemon, he's low hanging fruit. So let's see some bigwigs get arrested, and then this game on. But until then, Pam Bondi's been in office, I don't know, over a year, and we haven't seen any major arrests. So I know it's probably a timing thing. But until we start seeing arrests, big name arrests, this is just a continuation of a control system.
Well, in Mike, you make some great points there. I'm very critical of Pam Bondi. I don't like Pam Bondi as far as I can throw her, as well as Todd Blanche and Susie Wiles. I think that they are infiltrators. I mean, you can go back to, Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles' connections to Jeb Bush and the Florida GOP political elite and all the financing that goes behind all that. I don't trust them. And I think that they're gatekeepers and stonewallers right now in the DOJ. Like today, Ed Martin is being removed from the DOJ, from the Department of Weaponization. And that's Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi that's doing that. Ed Martin's like one of our top guys that we want in there and we support, right? So, on that, I give it halfway to midterms. So we got about roughly 5 to 6 months before, if there's nothing happening, and in the sense of tactics and strategy, when we start to look at it for the midterms, where you want to make momentum, you want to win the midterms, and you're going to do that by revealing the truth, unveiling, declassifying, and then make it arrest, that's got to happen within this time frame. And if it doesn't happen this time frame, I come out and I say, okay, I'm calling BS on this. It's time for patriots to kind of stand up and begin to posture and say, hey, this needs to happen or else. We're going to be the ones protesting in the street. And don't worry, the Marines and the National Guard will join us because we're fed up with this crap. And I think that everybody understands that is the next stage if accountability does not come about. But that also goes to what Scott was saying in the context of the awakening, right? This is biological. This is evolutional, right? That what is happening right now, I studied biotechnology and genomics in my first years of college. Excuse me. And one of the things you learn is that evolution is not really evolution. It's called adaptability. And adaptability typically happens over very, very short periods of time, 100-year cycles. So a species will massively change its DNA, not over tens of thousands of years, but it'll happen within a short 10 to 100-year time frame. We are in that time frame right now. And my belief and my ideas upon it are that it's astronomical, that it is built directly into the fabric of the universe, and that the movement of our solar system through the galaxy as it transits the galactic arm is actually reminiscent of that. And I can get into that later if you guys want to talk about it, but it is actually pertinent because we are in that cycle right now, and look what's happening.
Well, I'll throw a person right in the middle of that conversation. It probably can speak more eloquently than any of us on it when it comes to galactic stuff, off planet, the demonic angelic realm. We got Carrie Cassidy coming in right now. Carrie typically has viewpoints that are stretched far beyond our boundaries of thinking in many cases, because she's been at this for decades, interviewing secret space program whistleblowers, people who trust her, have trusted her forever because she keeps their confidence. My envy of my life is that she got to interview William Tompkins and broke some unbelievable information before they actually got to him, took him down. Carrie, we were talking about the Grammys. We were talking about Nicki Minaj, Jelly Roll coming out, like supporting Trump, respectively, supporting Christ, respectively, going against the narrative of that. We see all these changes coming. The Epstein files now, of course, coming out. It appears, as always, strategic deployments of weapons to take down the deep state. So we just kind of threw this into the mix, throwing you in the middle of it. What do you see happening, Carrie, with the emergence of what people are impatiently waiting for, now seeing some signs of it, although there's still things that's causing great concern for things that aren't happening the speed with which. But outside of that realm, when you're looking at what's happening in the programs, I don't even know if this is a good question. I'm framing this very well for your knowledge, but what do you see in the evolution of what's just taken place in the last couple of days? They attack Silver massively. Grammys coming out, big, powerful people hitting them as they're hitting us, our side, and Epstein files dripping out a lot of stuff now. How do you see, where are we right now? Where are we?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's kind of like mayhem. I think that there's something going on. There is a structure behind the appearance of chaos. So I guess the deep state is pulling their games, and they're actually I think they're messing with people's minds. I think they're trying to scare you away from silver right now. So everything's dropping, but I think you do have to hold on. It's like a bucking bronco or something like that. So I hope that people aren't caving to that stuff. I think that it will go up eventually, but it may just actually do some really crazy stuff still in the future because they're trying to get their money. They're trying to get money in order to pay off their debt. The big players that went short. So I you know they're under. I mean, they've already they've already gone under. I think these banks, but they're being salvaged. They're being saved. Now you can't say you don't want them to be saved in a sense because you want your money, right?
Mhm.
Everyone has money invested in these big banks. I know I do. So I don't want to see my money disappear. So it's kind of a tug of war, I guess you might say. I actually was thinking that the White Hats had a lot to do with what's been going on with silver behind the scenes. I mean, maybe someone else can weigh in on that comment, if you will, because I'm seeing that this might be facilitating the QFS. Okay, so that people are going to be fed up, and that they do a lot of things that seem negative on the outside that turn positive on the inside once they come out. Okay, so there's that. I just I think that people are changing their perspective, and I can't say a lot about this particular development, but I'm part of another group, and this particular group is attacking Trump big time with a bunch of stuff. And I've sent that along to, you know, who in the public that we deal with, and hoping that someone will say something to me like, don't release it or do release it or whatever the hell. But I don't think they want it out there, to be honest. And I hope it's wrong information. But and if it's wrong, then they're really escalating their BS. Okay, they're really going in for the jugular right now.
Makes
So
sense.
I think that patriots need to analyze things a little bit more and not be so rah rah. I think it's for a long time everyone wanted to just have a positive attitude and all of that. I think that time is past. I think we have to look closely. I mean, I wrote an article about what ICE is doing and how they could have done a whole different approach. And but they wanted to do. I wrote it in my article. I'm not going to go back over it here, but unless somebody wants me to. But I'm just saying, looking at these things, they are not looking positive on the outside, but maybe as we get closer in, they're going to switch up. Um, I get the feeling, Michael, you're kind of like in agreement with me over there. So I don't know, what you might think, but I think the manipulation is not just from the dark side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like where we're speaking right now, silver's up over $8, 10%, and back up to 85, $15 away from 100. So it's going to recover. Gold is up 185, so it's coming back. It's like they came in, they hammered it, they probably got out of their shorts or whatever, and now it's going to recover. It's probably going to 500, I think, by the end of the year. It's crazy, the manipulations that's going on with it. But you're right, Carrie. We've been taking away their money on a massive scale, so they don't have the ability to really do the things they used to do. So that makes us safer because they can't so forth. But I think that's going to be.
So Josh, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah. Well, number one, I will touch on what Carrie was saying about the manipulation is on both sides. She's spot on correct on this. I mean, I my last show of the year was called the 2025 PSYOP, and it wasn't talking about the deep state. It was talking about the Trump administration, right? And so I look at this in the context that disinformation is necessary. That we have an army. If you want to look at it, we have an army of people out there who have taken over the media, and we have to understand that the evil in this world listens to listens to us as much as everybody else, and that they look at us for hints and clues of what's going to happen next or what's going to go on. They have to analyze all different possibilities. And so I look at the Trump administration utilizing that as a methodology to put in disinformation. And we've seen this consistent with Donald Trump. Like, oh, I'm gonna bomb Iran this weekend. Gonna bomb Iran this weekend. How many times have you heard he's gonna bomb Iran on the weekend? And whistleblower came out in the Wall Street Journal, and we have new evidence that Donald Trump's gonna launch a massive campaign and bomb Iran. Never happens, right? And so we continuously hear all of these aspects of disinformation. And I think that what it is it's controlled information. It's controlled dissemination of information, that we are in a psychological and unrestricted warfare domain, and that everybody is a player within this stage, and that we have to understand that and perceive it from that level, the 40,000 foot view. Now, going in the context of the QFS and the new financial system, Donald Trump did something really interesting today. He created a $12 billion strategic metal reserve. So this is rare earth minerals and metals, $12 billion strategic metal reserve. This is an indication of where this economic system is going. With gold and silver, yep, 100% JP Morgan manipulation all throughout. Now you have BlackRock and Binance manipulation of Bitcoin, skyrocketing it downward, right? And so we have the old guard, as I called them, manipulating the economic systems. They want to do this to basically produce chaos and turmoil in times of great transition. This is the last moves of the Rothschild banking dynasties, right? And so they want to keep away from the distraction of 3 million Epstein documents that implicate them in crimes and financial crimes around the world. So what they're going to do, they're going to crash silver down $100 or $60, whatever it is. But the Trump administration, at the same time that this old financial system is teeter-tottering back and forth, is building up a new economic system. And it's an asset-based, gold and silver asset-based economic system based upon natural resources of our country, which is over $124 trillion worth of rare earth minerals, metals, and oil. It's based upon the various deals that Donald Trump has made with various companies, where he has a percentage interest in the companies that's given directly to the American people, and those dividends paid directly into the sovereign wealth fund, the tariff revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund, the asset revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund. It funds government. It pays the people a dividend, especially when AI begins to replace jobs. And why is this important? Is because we're learning that the $36 trillion of our national debt is equivalent to the $36 trillion of corruption that occurred, that was stolen over the last 20 years. And so this begins to make people start to wonder, well, how do we mitigate that debt? Well, we pay off the nation states, and the Federal Reserve is the largest holder of U.S. debt. And guess what? We can just clear the whole slate clean with that one in one fell swoop. And now you have a Trump ally that is in the Federal Reserve, Warsh, that's coming in. And I know he's globalist, Estee Lauder and all that, but understandable that he's controlled by Trump, period. He's controlled by Trump. And so when I start to look at the global landscape, we have a new world forming before us. And it's going to start slowly creeping in, and then eventually it's going to take over. And we're all going to notice it at around the same time. But the key point is that we have to win the midterms. And I know that elections are still a questionable part of all of this.
Glad you brought that point up. I want to throw this out to the three of you. Yes, I believe also we learned this from the drops. Misinformation is real. Misinformation is necessary. They didn't say on which side. They just said it is real. It's necessary. Again, the white hats have to play us to a degree as well, in my opinion, to wake these masses up. And that's another reason why many people are pissed, because they want big heads to roll. I believe still they're going to roll when they have used up everything from these scumbags that they could get to reshape the global order. And that's a point that I make on the back of what Anonymous came out with when the Epstein files weren't openly released when they wanted them to. We see the strategy. But also the point that was made was, look, when you have this much information on these criminals, if you out them to the whole world, yeah, we, the people of the world, will hunt them down and eliminate them. There's nowhere to hide. Have done the global leaders in business, in Hollywood, in governments, and royal families, all this shit, DC, you name it. But the reality is, you lose leverage. If you expose them, you lose all the leverage that you have to reshape nations and reshape the whole planet. So, yeah, some of these people may be scumbags, but guess what? Their back's against the wall. On the other side of the wall is a 12 gauge shotgun. Here's what you're going to do. And when you fail to play the game now, the script we're giving you, we pull the trigger, which i.e. means Gitmo or whatever. That's how I see all of this thing playing out. When it comes down to putting the infrastructure in place, gives them time to do that. Like Carrie, most people know QFS is Quantum Financial System. I think all these things have to be, we learned this too. Timing is everything. For me, it's never been hard, and I don't know why I can remember these certain points, these certain drops. When I see all this stuff that makes me as uncomfortable as everybody else, somehow, boom, grab one. It just pops in. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to continue to remind myself the same thing that we all have learned through that course of time. Anyways, I'm going to shoot this right back over to you, Mike, and then off to Carrie. What do you, in your opinion, what do you see is there maneuvering right now in reshaping this global order with these actions that just happened in the last week or so, Carrie, and then or Mike, and then to Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing we have to have free and fair elections because they keep stealing the elections from people of merit that would make our country much better. So there's going to be some type of executive action or executive order where President Trump is going to say, okay, we need fair elections and we're going to implement this or whatever it's going to be. But we're still seeing, Democrats are still winning. They just won Virginia. They're even there in Texas, the Republic of Texas. They just had a Senate seat taken by Democrats. So it's like, what the heck is still going on here? It should be a red wave wherever it's. And so they're still in our face stealing these elections. How long are they going to let it go on? It remains to be seen. But at some point, they're going to reveal the 2020 election was absolutely stolen. They're going to produce the truth of it. And it's really going to shock a lot of people. I don't think at this point a lot of people are going to be shocked. The people that are awake are awake, and the people that are consciously compromised they're not going to change. I don't think. So let's move on and let's take our country back. And in those places that are going to resist and put up a fuss, probably like Chicago and New York and L.A. and you name Austin maybe. You name the Seattle, you name the city, a deep blue, horrible city. They're going to riot and they're going to protest, free and fair elections because they can't have it because they're going to lose all their power. So that's where, like we've been talking about for years, we're going to see these cities erupt more than they are right now. Minneapolis, the home of Prince, so the singer. So what is going on with Minneapolis? It's like that used to be Minnesota used to be completely red, right, Josh? I mean, it was absolutely a red state, and
still
it
is
stolen.
Yeah,
absolutely stolen. So there's going to be pushback. People probably going to be driven into some of these big blue cities, and they're going to be destroyed, like we've talked about. I don't see any way around it at this point. And I think Trump has even said, we're not going to help those cities or those areas that don't request it unless they go after, federal buildings. That's the only way we're going to, push back. So they're going to let these cities be destroyed. It sounds to me like we've been saying for years.
I think you hit the baseline. The election's critical. Here's one thing, Carrie, when I throw this question over to you, one thing we got to remember. If we don't do something about these elections, the Democrats, believe it or not, can take the House this fall. They can, if we do nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, like you just pointed out, two cases, Mike, same shit. And here's what I think. I had a discussion with a few other people who have really deeply in this election integrity, who were exposing the election in 2020 just recently. What this may lead up to, in my own mind, all this, again, stolen elections right here in Texas, is that enough of this is put out into the public. And I hope Trump's going to do this. I think it's critical because if he doesn't and they succeed and the Democrats actually can take the House, you're talking about impeachment. You're talking about shutting down everything he's trying to accomplish. We can't have that. We can't. This steamroller needs to continue to finish the job. That's why I believe it's critical that Trump declares the election infrastructure as critical infrastructure to our national security. If he does, they send in the troops and monitor everything so they cannot steal, have National Guard or whoever run these elections, because we cannot lose these elections in the fall. So maybe what this is leading up to where it's apparent to everybody, holy cow, yes, we can't get a fair election. Trump is declaring it critical infrastructure, which sends, under the auspices of national security, sends the military in to guard and safeguard the election, just like they did in Iraq. I was Paul Valley talking about everybody comes out with a purple stamp on their finger. That the day, it's really simple stuff. It's rudimentary, but it'll work. So I don't know if that's what they're leading up to here. But
Okay, well, yeah. Can I just jump in here, because I actually have an issue with the way this is being handled as far as the election goes, or elections coming up. You guys, maybe we don't see it eye to eye, in the sense that when I see these Democrat type people, and I can see them anytime I just go down to the corner, I certainly go to Malibu, you know what I'm saying? And these people are not changing. Okay. They are not. Okay.
Yep.
And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that they're just digging in deeper. And I even have family members that, are just shocking to me. Okay. They are so out there. And so what happens is, the shit is still happening. It's still, I don't know how, I'm not sure the exact solution, but they have been promising to bring out, let's say, the stolen election. Do it, just do it. What are we waiting for? You're waiting to piss off more people. I don't think that's going to get you where you want to go, frankly. I think, I just think some of this is a real fiasco. I think there was a different way to go into the cities, and there was a different way to approach the people. You don't walk into a neighborhood that's completely armed against you. Now, granted, there are games being played. There are possible setups happening to make ICE look worse than it is, that kind of thing. But I'm telling you that personally, I think that, one thing Trump does with other countries, he's not even doing in his own country, if you can check that out. So he actually goes in and tries to mitigate the situation. He tries to treat the other side as if it's human. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's not doing that in our country. Okay. He's actually making the other side more angry all the time. And I'm talking about the people. I don't, the monsters out there, the Dons, like in Godfather, I see them pulling other stuff. Now, I don't think we're getting it, but I'm in touch with certain people, and they seem to be coming from the direction that the other side has a lot of stuff on this administration. Focus is always on Trump, so we have to just acknowledge that. What I'm saying here is that they think they have ammunition. Okay. That's how they view it. They are doing pushback. It is the Godfather. It is the two sides. Okay. And the one side saying, you got that. Well, I got this. And who's going to make the decision between one thing coming out and another? That's why this Epstein stuff is so sticky. It's a mess. And nobody comes out with intelligent stuff. All they come out with is he said, she said, some typical stuff, but they don't come out with the real machinations behind the scene. What was Epstein really doing? Yeah, we know the honeypot thing. He inherited that honeypot stuff. He was just slotted in there. There is something behind the scenes here that I don't like. I'm just saying, it bothers me. I don't see any kind of really, I see him on the international stage making very forthright moves. Here, it seems like either somebody's got something on him that's slowing him down, or the group, slowing the group down, or dissension within the ranks, or whatever it is. But I think that they need to clean that shit up. I think that he needs to be forthright, and he needs to be more honest with the people, because that's the kind of thing that the people love. If he wants to win hearts and minds, coming out as a hard ass and getting into their homes and freaking them out, and even their neighbors out. I mean, nobody wants to see that. Okay. We don't want to look like Nazi Germany with, Stasi or whatever you call them, going house to house. I mean, come on. That's not going to work in America. So someone is not analyzing the American public. I know that they've done the tough love thing for a long time, and they thought they were going to wake them up. It's not working, personally. That's my opinion. I don't see those people changing one fucking iota, I'll tell you. So if you want to come back at me with something, great. I'd love to hear it. But
well, your observations are great. You're spot on your observations.
That's why you're here, Terry. That's why we wanted you tonight.
Yeah, I love what you just said. You're spot on, right? And I always try to look for logic or strategy or a tactical point from that, right? And so Minnesota, Scott Bessent said a few weeks ago, he says the same template we're using in Minnesota, we're going to use throughout every state. Now, what happened? They increased the amount of ICE and DHS into Minnesota massively. And you had people taken to the streets. But when you had the people taken to the streets, it goes right back to what you just said. You have financiers that are funding it. You have money that begins to flow. They start to play their hand. And once you begin to see and observe their hand, what had happened? Well, it escalated to the two people getting killed. Don't get me wrong. That was horrific. That was a tragedy. Even though they're dumb as rocks and shouldn't have made those bad decisions in life. And then what did Trump do? De-escalated. Pulled massive amounts of ICE out. Why? Because they got all the intel, all the information they needed on the money channels of how these things are organized. What did we get? We got the leaking of all their signal groups. We got their playbook. We find that it's directly associated with the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, with various other political candidates, of staffers of Tim Walz. That's all the DOJ needs. Now we pull back ICE. We de-escalate. And that's exactly what happened with Tim Walz and Trump's conversation. Hey, we're going to de-escalate. We're going to pull back. Why? Because we have all the intel now on how that network works. And if we know how it works there, well, this is cookie cutter. This is their playbook. This is how it's going to work in California. This is how it's going to work in Pennsylvania. This is how it's going to work in Chicago.
Yeah, but that's what I'm sorry to go back over the old stuff, but Mike Gill, basically exposed all that. So, what I'm saying here is, what I see is they've gotten into a pattern where they think they were successful in those ways of going out, baiting the tiger jumps, and then they know the tiger's state of mind, kind of thing. That's kind of like what they've been doing. It's not going to work anymore. I think we're in a different chapter, then it's not seek and find and get some more info. This is not what's happening. If you want the cities to blow up, I don't see how that helps America. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't think isolating people and changing the American way. The American way was never to turn immigrants back. Think of it. They
legal immigrants.
Yeah, but that's bullshit, to be honest. I mean, when a person is, let's say that somebody's on the run from another country, and all these people, you got to analyze the people coming in. Who are they really? Yes, we have military men with objectives, okay? You got to do something with them. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. But going in Nazi style, like Netanyahu did in Palestine, is not the way. All you're going to do is escalate, and pretty soon you've got genocide. Okay. There's writing on the wall. I'm just saying, I don't think they're analyzing and that's why I got into my whole gray human hybrid thing, because you're not analyzing those people. You don't understand their psychology. It's not what you think. Okay. Some of them are massively mind controlled and programmed. You can't approach a mind controlled person with violence and pushback and think they're going to do anything other than just go even crazier. Now, arguably, some of the so-called nurse from the VT Veterans Administration Now, I saw that Trump released this video. I assume it's not, CGI, that where he's kicking the truck and in other words, they got to know that guy. He was already their enemy before they ever got into the gun battle. Do you know that? Because he kicked the shit out of their
Sure.
truck and had
Yeah.
bad attitude, right? But when you're a policing organization and you come in like the Nazis, what do you expect? I just don't think, I think there's a solidarity in that community that's nobody's honoring. It's nice when people want to defend their neighbors, regardless of what kind of, ID they had when they came in the door. These are people coming from cartel fucking countries, okay? These are people who have been maimed and messed with their whole fucking lives. I'm just saying, I don't think that they're analyzing the people properly. That
I want to jump in real quick. I think the assumption that's being made is that they're taking grandma and grandpa and escorting them out of the country. 98% of all the people that they were targeting in Minnesota have criminal records, whether it's violent, domestic violence. They are criminal records within the state of Minnesota record system or from their parent company. Criminals of some nature are the ones that they are targeting.
But they came from outside the country.
Right, exactly. So they're here illegally, and then they're committing crimes inside of our country, and that's what ICE is going after.
But what I'm saying is, did they have those? Did those dossiers get spiked by the country they came from? This kind of stuff, it takes a lot of investigation. I mean, I'm an investigative reporter. I can tell you, 1 minute you're talking to a person and they're a victim. Next minute you're finding out they're the perpetrator, right? And so you're flip-flopping a lot. I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds too much here, and I appreciate what you're saying.
But I also agree with you is that we could have done it better. You know what the Trump administration should have done at the beginning of the administration is they should have created a self-identifying amnesty program. If you come in and declare yourself an illegal immigrant and say, hey, I'm an illegal immigrant, I really need asylum, I can't go back to my country, I'm a good person, I'm here working hard, this is what I'm doing, and you worked with the U.S. government, you could work towards your citizenship and stay. I think that if they did something like that, this country would be far better in the context of stability right now.
I agree. I mean, I will agree with that, but I would say in this time, I doubt that would work. We're dealing with a problem that was thrust upon us for decades and seriously in the last 5 years. We got an onslaught of people have come in here to now create another option. I think I'll self-report. I don't see how that's effective.
No, I don't think the psychology is being understood. With all due respect, I don't think they're understanding how to deal with this. And I think they're still in these old stages of collecting information. Provoke the tiger, get information, and then walk away. That's not how they should be operating in this. They should have all the information and intel they fucking need. I mean, you don't even know the technology they've got at hand. Michael might know to some degree. Okay. We're talking frequency. We're talking crossing that border without saying a word. And they've got the frequency on those people. Okay. So look, I'm not saying I have a really clear cut solution, but I do see suspicious things going on from our side, if you want to say the MAGA side, that tell me that they haven't really thought this through. They're trying to rely on a playbook, let's say they had 10 years ago or before the fake Biden, came out and paraded around. I mean, for God's sake, they haven't even come clean on that shit. I mean, look, you want people to trust you. We want people to understand what the hell's going on. And the other thing is that I'm telling you that this population thing where they shift populations, it's like the UK. Let's use the UK. It's a little less contentious over here because it's another country, right? UK went into Ukraine. They had already let in a ton of Muslims, and I go there regularly, so I know the shit over there. And so what happens is then they wanted some white people. So they go stir up what was already, a mess over in Ukraine, right? And then all the women and children come across the border and they let them in, right? Because this is a population all around the globe. These people who manipulate behind the scenes, they don't look at it like you do. They look at it as, well, we need some of this group, we need some of that group. And I'm telling you that south of the border are the ET, the gray ET human hybrids, and they want the ones with skills. Michael, you understand how important these skills are in war, right?
Yeah. So
So
the
start
last time the
analyzing
Insurrection
just
Act was
that.
used was in the Rodney King riot. So I had a buddy that was SEAL Team 6 guy that left and he was going to go into the LA SWAT team. So he had to do 2 years in regular patrol before he went there. So I talked to him about the Rodney King. So he said that his group, like the normal LA SWAT guys, or not LA SWAT, but the LA crowd control people, they would come in, they're all like, they didn't know what they're doing, and the crowd just rolled right over them. He said that his group, they were like Spartan warriors when they came in. They were like, oh, and they like had shields and everything, and they like marched, and everybody just like scattered. They were gone.
I saw that Dallas here. I saw that downtown like in 2020.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So the Insurrection Act, I think, is actually going to be implemented. Now, I think it's a timing thing. Now, when I've been overseas in combat zones, whether it be in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, I don't care where it was, when there were riots, the only thing that stopped them was highly trained groups that came in, and they didn't pussyfoot around, because if they came in and pussyfoot around, they got rolled over. But if they came in and they were aggressive, like Marines, everywhere the Marines went overseas, they dominated and they controlled. So you have to come in, and you have to come in hard and heavy if you're going to do it. If not, then that's the way things are going to roll. I think that's where we're at right now. We're just letting things roll, let everybody go, okay, we're done with this. We want this cleaned up, and then it's going to start getting cleaned up. So I don't know.
I think they
I know the
wanted
answer, but
people to
somebody's
react
not
the way they did.
bringing it.
They wanted that. They provoked them, and they got it. Okay, and see what I'm trying to say here. It's just that I just want to clarify my points here. I'm coming from the point of view of the people in charge. I am not coming from the point of view of, even the troops. Okay, even like you're a fighter. Okay, you got good points, absolutely, but the problem is if the people at the top have an ulterior method, that they actually, that their ambition is different than we realize. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry to do this, but you got to do it. You got to analyze, why are the white hats operating the way they're operating? They keep kind of like doing bait and switch. They
Yep.
bait us. They give us all these headlines. Nino screaming, I've got headlines from a year ago that were exactly the same as the shit they're saying now. And it's bullshit. Okay. It was bullshit then, and it's probably bullshit now. And they're going to push it another 6 months. You see what I'm saying? I am having an issue with the people who not are working their ass off, on the troop level, but the people behind them who are actually, also baiting us, are the audience. You want someone to actually understand where you're coming from. I don't think that this way of operation is working. I think they need to rethink themselves. Okay. I think they've got the data, they've got the intel. If your idea was to flesh them out, you already know where they are. You know what types they are. Like I said, you have to retrain these mind-controlled military age men to come onto your side. That's actually the objective here. It's got to be. You think about it. Your objective is not to send them outside the border where they can join the Cubans and fight against you in the future. That's not useful. You have to look long term. You have to think, what are they really doing? Why are they keep baiting us with this? I thought they were going to come out with like a huge thing right before this whole silver thing kind of took a lot of focus. I thought they were coming out and going to say, this is how the election was stolen, and here's our witnesses and whatever, right? In other words, stop taking shit from the judiciary, all right? And you want to have some balls. Have balls there, okay?
Yeah, do what Bukele did in El Salvador. Went in, the very first thing he did, took down all the judges. There was only 60 of them, so it wasn't hard to get rid of all of them because they're all
And Tina
corrupt and
Peters,
criminals.
she's still sitting in jail. I don't know if she's a fake or a real. I analyzed that really early on, and I saw Colorado should never have had that case. That should have been yanked out by our executive branch and said, no way, you don't own this case. This is a federal case. This is a federal election. Get the fuck out of there. And what are they doing? They're going over doing the low hanging fruit shit and arguing with them over niceties. This is bullshit when, it's just, I know I might have a different attitude than some people, but I saw, the round table that John Chambers had. He had these really good military people on it.
Like
And
Mike
those
Baker.
guys were just like me. I mean, I was like, yeah, the whole time I was like so proud of them. And so they were on it. I mean, what the hell is going on? I don't know who is relying on who back the scenes, right? But I can tell you that something is not right. Either they've got something on you that if you can't act a certain way because they'll expose you, right? That kind of thing. So they've got something behind their back, or there's something, dirty in River City, so to speak. I mean, there's something.
Or the end result is not what we all expected. Maybe there's something else that's happening that is different than what we believed it to be.
Josh, I want to jump in there with you and then have you pull it back from me because that's an interesting point. By the way, folks, you need to understand something. The only way we force the truth, whether you understand if you're getting it or not, is exactly what Carrie's doing. Because when we just give carte blanche to whoever's in front of us, again, that's how we got here in the first place. Never question these people. I know, Mike, you've pushed on Trump in the past pretty hard. I've never really, once or twice I've like gotten in there and like, what the hell is going on? Josh, I'm not sure how but this is necessary. And the leadership of this country, if we're getting back to the Republic, are going to expect that from us. And I said this in the past, if they're watching us, if Trump's watching me when I say something, guess what? Even if it is something that he wouldn't align with or agree with or what the hell, be like, kid's doing his job. That is critical. Second thing, I want to throw this in here, Josh, because it's something that I have had to ask myself. Look at these multi-trillion-dollar deals set up to come into this country from Middle Eastern countries like Qatar and others who are actually supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive problem in this country. You folks saw John Guandola here last week. It's a massive problem. It's going to be addressed. And I asked myself, why? Why are we taking all this massive investment from these Middle Eastern countries? And I thought to myself, is there always a bigger play here? Is Trump and the team getting back, recovering the massive investment in this country to get the economy on bulletproof ground? So then when they turn and say, okay, shut down the Muslim Brotherhood, and this is just me talking, shut down this bullshit from Muslim Brotherhood in your country, or we're nationalizing everything you just built in the United States. You're going to do what we need you to do to put an end to this bullshit, but you need a lever. You need leverage to do it. And I'm wondering if taking that, again, Trump, yes, we hear it all the time, Carrie, and I'm parroting the same stuff I've heard, seen, on the boards and everything else, but it's what I have to work with. And I have to wonder, is this the game plan in that respect of why they do things like they do to get leverage or the upper hand for the benefit of the American economy, the American people, and American national security? Just Josh, your thought on that.
Yeah, so I mean, number one, getting into Middle Eastern politics and the evolution of that over the course of the last 50 years is a completely different situation. But I think that actually talking about the money, because we're talking about approximately $23 trillion that Donald Trump has earmarked, secured from these countries, from these corporations to come over. And this is actually going to help build out a lot of the infrastructure for artificial intelligence, blockchain economic systems, and new technological systems that are coming about, because we're in a 500-year leap that is about to occur over the next 20 years. Now, Gaza is actually probably the best example that I can bring about for all of this. when Donald Trump came out and announced that, hey, we're going to build hotels and golf courses in Gaza, people are like, what? This is nuts. This is crazy. But I mean, who's investing in it? Saudi Arabia, it's the Qataris, right? Attachments to ISIS, attachments to the Al Qaeda and to the Muslim Brotherhood. It's all there. But one thing that I realized, and take Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or UAE, for example, is that when they invest in infrastructure and build big skyscrapers and hotels and golf courses, bombs don't drop there. And I think that that's one important fact to remember, is that when they start putting their money in some place, bombs don't drop in those places. You notice bombs only drop over poor people's heads? And so Syria is going to be built up like a first world country. And so the trade-off that Trump is going in and making these negotiations is, hey, we're going to take you out of the third world and we're going to make you a first world nation. Hey, in Gaza, and this is one of the things that, like, I understand the power of Benjamin Netanyahu, but I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu has much power over Donald Trump. And Gaza is actually the prime example for this. And the reason being is because Donald Trump is negotiating a two-state solution, 2 or 3 state solution. And when Gaza becomes modernized with golf courses and skyscrapers, do you think Israel's going to drop bombs on Saudi and Qatari properties? That's not going to happen.
Interesting.
No, never going to happen. But what does that do? It begins to change the cultural trauma that these people have endured for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It begins to take them out of that system of war that has dominated their life.
And poverty, because a lot of those people
right. And
are poverty stricken. They're able to capture them into this maniacal, radical Muslim mindset, or whatever you want to call it. Because they got nothing else. They feel they belong. They have a reason to live now. Over here, they're eating grass and freaking dirt, most of their lives.
Systemic trauma.
Sheep alive. That, to me, that's brilliant. I've never thought of that before, but I think you, Mike, what do you think? You might have nailed something here. Refashion the world so people love the life that they get to live in their own countries, which, Carrie, whether we believe in the Sarjasar, the repatriation of the wealth of the world to the people, where everybody has it great and I want to go back to their own countries. I don't know if that makes sense to me if it's true, but Josh, I mean, I think that's, Mike, what do you think? I think that's brilliant. Maybe that's a methodology.
Yeah, you have to come in and you have to clean house first, which is, Israel and America's doing that. Of course, there's another side of everybody saying they're genociding people. I don't believe that's true, but I've been in the Middle East. I've seen this going on for almost 30 years. Close to half my life I've spent in the Middle East. They have incredible potential in the Middle East. They have resources, they have the people, but they don't have security. I remember when I was in Afghanistan in this wonderful area in Herat where Alexander the Great still had a fort, Genghis Khan had built bridges. No one had been, and the Romans had old bathhouse, which they were rediscovering, all kind of crazy stuff. But they couldn't, build nurseries for, trees and so forth because people would come and steal the fruit. They'd have to build walls and have security. They can't afford it. It's not, cost effective. So if you can't come in and create security in these areas, they're never going to go anywhere. And I know country after country has come in. I remember what they said in Herat. They said, we're the city of 100 fathers, because they've had all these Greeks, Romans and all these people that come in. No one's been able to control and secure those areas. Now, a lot of the problem also is, I'm going to say it, they do a lot of inbreeding, and inbreeding basically causes lower IQ, below 70, which is idiot level. I used to go overseas and I'd be like, there must be some really different cultural things going on here, because they seem like they don't get things, but they don't get things because they've been dumbed down for a long time.
They must have imported the Democrats from the Middle East, I guess.
They've done a lot of importing to here in America of these people, and we see it with the Somalis. Somalis are extremely inbred and extremely stupid. So look who's running them. So you got extremely low IQ people, and then you have the you know, the Democrats that are running them, who has a higher IQ? I don't know. So we have
Well,
massive
yeah,
problems.
but I think that, you know, it's all fine what Josh has come up with, but that's actually nothing to do with our situation here with the white hats in our country. In other words, what they're doing over there, yeah, I agree with the idea of, you know, places decimated as it is, so do something good with it. You're not going to be so happy about that necessarily, but hey, you got to live another day, right? So sooner or later they'll maybe get on the bandwagon. But the point being is, all you've done is take this discussion out of America and
No,
into these
no, no.
other
This goes
places.
right back to what Scott was asking about the $23 trillion coming in from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar and Oman that's coming into the United States to build out infrastructure. I
Yeah,
mean,
but we don't lack, you know, I mean, I know that people think we lack money or something, but we don't. Okay. And yes, Trump is a
well, we
great,
do
he's a
because of massive
businessman.
corruption. In money, the money that we have right now is kind of really fake money, right? So what we're talking about is
Real
that
money.
that when other countries become invested in the infrastructure, they're going to get paid dividends, just like the American people are going to get paid dividends. But what is going to be built on that infrastructure? And I think that this is the most important part, is that we are about to have, and I got confirmation of this from a top general in our U.S. military that I just talked to the other day, and I said it on my show, and he messaged me and said, "Hey," I said, "we are about to make a 500-year leap in technology in less than 20 years. That is what is about to happen. Okay, all of this technological lack of progress that we've had over the last 80 years because of the USAPs and the SAP programs and this all of that, it's trickle down disclosure time. It's all coming out, and over the next 20 years, all of that is going to be a reality. Which means that when we're sitting here with, 1950 and 1940 outlets in our house and copper wires running electricity, and we're sitting here with copper, massive electric lines that are going across acres and acres of field to deliver
Worst part of
electricity.
all of it is
We
that.
don't have the infrastructure to substantiate technology. And a good key point of this is that we all have our contacts and stuff like that. One of the things that I had was out of the special projects is that we have these craft that we discovered on this planet buried, and we got them out, and we have no idea how they run. We figured out how they operate, and we can take them up in the air and we can move them around, but we can't operate them. The reason being is because it's conscious integrated technology.
Yeah.
Is that consciousness integrates with the technology, and this is the next branch. This is the next tranche. But here's the thing, is the infrastructure for that technology doesn't exist. You can't bring about that highly advanced technology and say, here you go, humanity, enjoy space, go do this, because the infrastructure doesn't exist to substantiate it. And that's got to get built out. And that's the process that we're in. At the same time, we're taking down the evil of the world. At least that's how I see it. I look at it from a different perspective. And I looked at, Donald Trump is truly out there trying to organize and negotiate world peace. He's trying to bring it about in the best way, shape, and fashion that he can. And that's through not warfare, but peace through strength, but negotiating deals. And that if we can take the people out there that are kind of the war domain, the cartels and the terrorists, and we can change their trauma-based mindsets, we can start to bring infrastructure to their areas and rebuild them and give them opportunities, it's going to change the whole mindset of the planet as we begin to evolve towards this new technological infrastructure as well as spiritual infrastructure that's being built in front of us.
Good point.
Well, I hate to throw, rain on your parade, but the bottom line here is also that you've got crime bosses in every city. And again, Mike Gill brought this up. Okay. It's a structure. It's not about Somalis hitting the street. Okay. That's not actually the issue. The real issue is behind the scenes. And what kind of deal are you going to do with these crazy, I don't know, maniacal, crime bosses who have their piece of territory, whether it's Chicago, and Chicago's a huge issue. We basically have to figure out, it has to be done behind the scenes. And part of that is the judiciary. I mean, that is making decisions that go against any kind of change. Okay. So I appreciate what you're saying, but actually, I have to say there's some deception there. Okay, you apparently don't know or don't acknowledge the secret space program and all the use of technology they're involved in. They've done it already. Okay, what this
But
is
Carrie, it's not here right now in the
commercialization.
United States. It's not
I
in
know
my house
it's
connecting Mike's house, connecting your house.
commercialization
That's
of
what
what
I'm
they've
saying.
done behind the scenes. And yes, more power to them. But I do have to throw a couple little things in there. One of the things is that, look, airplanes right now are operating with free energy behind the scenes. It's a mixture of fuels. They are rolling out this technology, okay? But some of the technology is strange. It doesn't necessarily need what they say it needs, okay? You can't go halfway there. You can't be halfway pregnant with this shit. It is actually not about databases, okay, of miles of databases. Free energy doesn't need all that shit. They don't aren't, I appreciate what the knowledge level you have, but if you knew what I know, these people are not rolling out what they really have. They're actually they're building up a country based on almost an old model. You cannot enter free energy with an old model. You understand what I'm saying? It's not
Literally what I just
industrialization.
said. It's quite literally what I was just saying.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But, maybe you said it in different words than I interpreted you. That's all fine, good. All I'm saying is that's great. I don't think anyone, at least in this group, is going to object to any of that. I think we started out the conversation. You want to change the conversation, that's fine. But, I just want to say that there's something else going on behind the scenes where the old guard who are still entrenched in our country are not being moved out.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't
And
disagree with that.
and
I
what's
don't
the
disagree.
solution? Part of the solution may be in the courts, okay? Just like the very simple case of just Tina Peters, it doesn't belong where it is, get it the fuck out, okay? Make those kinds of decisions. The trouble is that some of these people, I guess, maybe they're threatening, their kids. Maybe they're threatening, they're mafia bosses. These are the strongholds. Okay. It's like it's like on one level, we're Afghanistan. Okay. In terms of these guys who are trying to run and control their cities and their people and so on and so forth. And the other, you've got a high tech world that's racing ahead. You know what I'm saying? And absolutely, I agree with you. That's a wonderful thing. And Trump has his eye on that very wisely. Okay. So, I don't know, even when we put this roundtable together, I don't know that we defined what the topic is, but you do have these two sides to this story. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got
100%.
people on the ground and you've got a higher level of being able to understand for the people out there, as far as I'm concerned, they need to understand about the gray human hybrids and this technology that they're going to have access to, okay, that some of our people just are not prepared for whatsoever. And they're going to recruit them. You could say the open border was a recruitment policy, okay, for these people, okay, for the future, for the technology you're, going on about. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, I don't see,
So one of my thoughts, on that, Carrie, is that before you came in, it was me, Mike, and Scott, and I said that, listen, we have about 6 months. If we don't see action on those same people, the old guard leftovers that you're talking about in 6 months, it's time to take a different approach towards what we're doing. It's time for us.
Up.
It's
What we're
time for
doing out
us to
here,
rise
yeah.
up. Like
Yeah.
our patience is very, very thin on all of this. Look, I don't like Pam Bondi. I don't like Todd Blanche. I don't like Susie Wiles. I believe they're compromised, and I believe that they're holding Trump back. They're gatekeepers. I think that they're stonewallers, and I think that they're working for the Bush era neocons that are nothing more than an extension of the same old guard deep state. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that side. We're talking about various different topics, so we're kind of going all over.
Yeah,
But
I get it.
On the
But
geopolitical
I agree
level,
with Carrie. I mean, we can't even get Pam Bondi out of prison, or not
Yeah.
Pam Bondi, but Carrie Lake. We can't even get her out of prison. I mean,
Tina
what
Peters,
the hell?
yeah.
Tina Peters.
Let me get involved in this, and I'll
Tina
get a group
Peters.
together. We're going to get her out. So come on, Quit playing
Yeah, and
around
the
with it.
military was all over that shit. I mean, in other words, it's kind of funny, but Trump's willing to break rules overseas, but
Right.
he's not willing to break the rules here in our
Yes.
country because he's so fucking paranoid of looking like a dictator. He's not a dictator, okay? But he has to pull rank at some point to make change.
Let me throw this at you, Carrie. Again, I don't play devil's advocate either way, but I think you're right 100%. But here's the thing. In other countries, they're not under, quote unquote, U.S. laws as they're laid out in whatever constitution they're going by. In my opinion, is that two things that are in my mind. Number one, we can't get justice in the courts because it's a completely captured operation. And number two, when this is all said and done, projected in the future, they've taken the entire global satanic architecture down. And of course, you want to have the people shift spiritually, psychologically, so we never repeat this again, or we never let it happen again. But at the end of the day, we or they need to use their laws that they passed against them by the book 1000%. So they can never say there's illegitimacy here. You broke the law. So if they're doing this through the process of the laws that they cannot violate, that these scumbags put in place for their benefit now being used against them, maybe, just maybe, that's why it's operating differently here. Breaking the laws overseas, we're not a canner bound to those. We are, at least mentally, psychologically, bound to the Constitution, even if it's the false one that they created, after 1871. But at least they're making this bulletproof, so they can't say in 10, 20, 50, 100 years, they illegally stole the country, they broke these laws. Then it'll be like, no. Their laws were corrupt and criminal to serve them, and they used the exact same legal system to bury them legitimately, honorably, honestly.
But the judiciary is actually breaking laws every day, and they're actually pulling rank in ways they weren't even supposed to.
Yes,
And
but
one of the things that I
constitutionally, because of that, the Constitution makes way for, okay, this branch of government can no longer serve.
I don't see a shutdown.
And
I
then
don't
it goes to
see
military
them.
tribunal. Well,
I
how
don't
do you
see
get
Trump
everything in
getting in
military
their face.
tribunal? The only way the country accepts military tribunals
I'm sorry,
is because
but
justice
I
is
investigated
so
the King
corrupted.
Peters situation. There is an oversight body that exists in the federal government that should have shut Colorado down and did not do so.
Yes.
They shouldn't have taken the case. There's legal grounding for what I'm saying here. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like there was legal grounding also for Sidney Powell to come forward with the real evidence. I can't even count the number of years ago. Okay.
Right.
But let's just say 4 years ago. Even then, a lot of this, when you get into the niceties of the legal system, a lot of times you do have a leg to stand on to actually change things. And it's whether you make the move, whether you take the initiative and absolutely stand up, the way Trump has stood up against the World Economic Forum. In other words, you can't have a judiciary where you keep letting them take control and nobody fights the real battle. See, they go sideways.
Agreed. I'm going to ask you a question on that. Agreed 100%. I'll ask you a question on that.
Absolutely.
But is the overall mission to basically take down this global power structure, or is it to provoke the wide eye opening? I'm not talking about the left you can't capture. They're lobotomized. There's a 15% or lost forever. I'm talking about the elevating the gravity in the minds and souls of we the people like us, that again, you can't tell them the truth. Sometimes you must show them. My opinion is they have got to show look, we're awake. We're talking to the choir. We're together all the time, every day. Our audiences, they already know all this. But you have this faction out there that, again, is supporting what's happening. They're on the same side as we are, but they're not junkies like we are, discovering the minutia. My belief is you go into a country, Mike, you gotta change hearts and minds. I believe here too, you gotta change hearts and minds. You've got to show the people the gravity of this crime syndicate, including the judiciary, for people to not get in the way if we do need to go to military tribunals. Yeah, they can wipe out the whole global cabal on the planet, but they're going to be in control in 20, 25, 30 years again, because the same people are going to do the same shit. And our people have no vested play in helping part of this process. They've done nothing. They sat back and they're again, you say, hey, here's what happened. Okay, great. Let's continue on. Got a great world. The people have to change at the spiritual or soul level through all this bullshit that has to come down on our head like a wrecking ball to get us to say, never, never again can we allow this to happen. I think, when we've seen this all the time, now comes the pain, now comes the pain. We were all like, yeah, we're going to take the pain to these bastards, these killers and criminals and governments and everything. Maybe that pain is supposed to be also for us. We have to go through the pain. We've abdicated our responsibilities in a republic. Even when we knew the threat was bearing on us over the last 100 years, we still abdicated it for whatever reason. I don't know. But if we don't change as a nation, as a species, is like Planet of the Apes, the original one when I was a kid, their standard chant, ape has killed ape, the most foreign thing to that species. Until we get to that, we're never going to stop killing each other. Yep. And what does it come from? It comes from scarcity on the planet, scarcity of resources, which isn't true. They steal everything that can help humanity and hide it and all that. So I wonder if the grand plan is, I agree with everything you're saying, but I wonder, as a grand plan, is these people need to go through their own shit shock and awe on them to understand why it's critical to play a role in your own freedom. It's not gifted to you, and you don't have to feed it, water it, take care of it. And I'm wondering, is that possibly why we're going through all this bullshit that we are unhappy about? Is that why? I don't know.
The show's not for us. It's for the normies, for the other people who haven't woken up yet, right? I do have to run. I have to get on my own show. Guys, I appreciate y'all having me. Carrie, good to see you again. Jaco, Scott, always Carrie. Hope you guys all have a great one. Take care. Appreciate you having me on, Scott.
Thanks for coming in, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Mike, you want to pick up on that? And I got to have Carrie's response too, because they're always thought-provoking. It pisses me off sometimes, but it's thought-provoking. Hey, Carrie, I'm slapping you high five.
I'm the guy that is going to call you out, and I'm calling it out. It's like we've been talking about this since Trump's last administration, that he's going to go after the deep state. He's never done it. It's like I haven't really seen any action.
In this country, that's what I'm talking about.
We make excuses for him. And then we try and justify his actions and the actions of those that are doing pretty much nothing. Dan Bongino's like, you get me in there, we're gonna clean house, and he got in there and he just went with the show. Get the hell out of there, and he did, because he couldn't do anything, and now he's back to his show. What did you do, Dan? Nothing. So this is what we're seeing from these people. I guess we're going to have to rise up here pretty soon. This spring and summer, there's going to be some outrage from our side, and we're not going to put up with the bullshit from anybody. We're going to get things done, and if it takes, bringing in the wrecking ball, that's what's going to happen.
I like that.
Yeah, I have to push back against what you were saying there a little bit earlier, Scott, because, there's a way that people think they're at fault and they start to blame themselves, okay? And they go down this like really dark hole and it goes nowhere. I'm not like, I don't kind of go along with that. I see the issues are at the top. I see that's where our attention span needs to be. I don't see looking at the people in the street and calling, saying they're at fault. Half the time, what you see is, that like, I don't know the details and everything, but that doctor, again, there's context. There's something before that happened. It's just like there's this woman, Miriam. She's an excellent investigative journalist. She got in deep on the George Floyd stuff, which is exactly what the fuck this was going down like. Okay. This is a formula. This is actually, I was reading something, I don't know who wrote it or whatever, saying that this is how they're trained. They're actually trained to put their knee on the neck of the person and all that nonsense. So, what I'm saying here is that that guy has a history. He had a history, and apparently there are people being put up to actually rabble rouse to to actually work for the man to instigate some of this stuff. So it doesn't even have a good beginning. Okay, these are not people that are victims. There may be victims, but those are not the victims. Okay,
Yeah,
that were
they've been showing the
in
bus
the
loads
news.
coming in, Carrie. They've been showing bus loads, them coming in, raising hell, getting on the
The
bus
same
and
thing
leaving.
January
State
6th. Okay,
agitators.
we know that. But have they ever even exposed all of that, like
Yeah.
sufficiently to show that that was a setup? In other words, again, where does it come from? It comes from the higher levels, the middle to middle high. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain echelon that are the crime bosses type people who are running this thing like a game and are basically poisoning the well, in my view, and not enough attention goes to that level, because that's the level where Trump can operate. That's the level where those guys know, they actually can point to the people and know exactly what kind of game's being played there. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't think looking at low IQ is really the solution, and saying, oh, it's because they have a low IQ. That's bullshit. Okay. We don't even understand IQ, to be truthful. And the fact of the matter is that once they get out from under some kind of bullshit in their country where they drink bad water and have bad lighting or whatever the hell it is, their brains can grow. They can change. Okay. They may already be getting, all kinds of stuff headed towards them, even from various ETs that support those peoples. You cannot use these old standards to make racist, really, statements, because it's not correct. Okay. Those statements, even back in the days of racism, were wrong. Okay. We don't even understand ourselves, let alone others. Okay, in terms of what's the human potentiality here that's being held down by the higher ups that are getting off. They're getting off every time. They're not being raked over the coals. Their names are not hitting in the press, not enough of them. You know what I'm saying? I know that there's a change because of the white hats. I know that they're aiming to have supposed, bring these guys forward and expose their nasty deeds, but not enough of it. It's not happening fast enough. I think they did all this homework back in the day, so it's not like they lack evidence. Okay,
Yeah.
they have the evidence. Okay, it's the same story. Why aren't they bringing it forward? This drives me crazy. It might not keep you up at night, but it sure as shit keeps me up at night. I'm not worried about a Somali family who one of their sons gets radicalized. That's small potatoes compared to what we're talking about. We're talking about a systemic problem. Okay, it's all across America. It's an old boys network, and it's full of shit. And yes, Epstein is like the tip of the iceberg, but Epstein was involved in a lot more sophisticated stuff than just the honeypotting, in a sense. Okay, on what he was really involved in, the stuff they
Transhumanism.
won't tell you. But I'm not the only investigator out there. Okay, our jobs, if you want to ask me about this, is that you, me, Jacob, we're supposed to be raising the questions. We're the investigators. Even if you aren't like a conventional journalist, we are here to speak on behalf of the people and say, wait, what's wrong? Where is this going? Why isn't Tina free? Why is this continuing in the halls of DC? Why are these scoundrels still in charge of our cities? Okay. We need to bring the attention to those issues, not to cut to some kind of racist statement about people that you don't even know what you're talking about. IQ, EQ, fuck it. We're all part ET. You don't know the fuck about anybody to the
Mhm.
degree that you need to be able to evaluate who they are now and who they're going to be in the future.
Let me throw an aerial question, Mike. I want to get your response too. And yeah, Carrie, that needs to come out. We are the result, humans, of 22 different ET, DNA, genetic experiments, whatever the truth of all of it is. Yeah, have no doubt in my soul about all that. And that's a great point. We got to figure out who the hell we are first, and that's where, as I've said many times on these big church stages around the country, and the We Are Awakened tour, said it every time: religion is the single worst thing that's ever happened to humanity, and it is. And I've never had a pastor get pissed, throw me out, or even they've to the last one, virtually all of them have come to me. It's now one or two come to me afterwards or before backstage. Thank you for what you do. And I would always look at them like, you actually allow your husband to listen to my language, and they always laugh. But yeah, I've said it many times, and I agree with you on 100% on that. Let me ask you this then, Mike. You can speak to this too. The slowness with which this is all rolling out. The Off-Planet Alliance wants to drop the whole shit show on humanity. They'll figure it out. The On-Planet Alliance says, no, we want to take 20 to 50 years to bring this all out slowly because they can't handle it. Is that playing in here anywhere?
No, not at all. We, like Carrie's saying, we can advance very quickly. Someone that's got supposedly low IQ, intuitive, your intuition is far more advanced when you start to tap into that. That's where the real human consciousness and the real intelligence is at. So, you can make that leap. Anyone can make that leap. So this idea, I remember seeing when cell phones and all that came out, and I remember going overseas, and they didn't even have electric wires up. And here they are, they're getting their cell phones, and they're like, screwing around with their cell phones. We were laughing. They haven't figured it out. But they were making a leap. They didn't have to go through setting up their electrical wire system that we went through. They made a leap. So, and they did. Now you go overseas, and they're probably in some places more advanced than we are with their electronics. So, anyone can make the leaps. So the consciousness from off-worlders or on-worlders or whatever is not going to make a difference. We already have these technologies, and they're going to be released at some point. And what we are all talking about, especially Carrie, is quit screwing around. Just the basic stuff of releasing Tina Peters, you can't even do that. And we're on the verge of releasing these technologies, free energy and hovercrafts and all that kind of stuff. Come on, quit screwing around
you have
here.
to clean your own house. This is America. Okay, let's get it right in our cities, and before we start going and shipping it out from with a bunch of shit in other countries. The bottom line here is that I'm just going to lay it on the line. The white hats are in the driver's seat. I hope they're there for a long time, but it does not appear that they're taking as much advantage as they could. Okay, I just saw today there's some judge who just pushed back on something Trump wanted to do. It's like it's infected. Okay, it needs to change, and that means drastic action. Okay, that doesn't mean namby-pamby spend hours and years in courts. Okay,
Yes.
we need people who are in charge of things, because I say to people, who's in charge of that? I think, in a sense, I'm kind of like Trump that way. Just get me the guy who's in charge, because I'm going to tell him what the fuck needs to be done and have him do it. Okay. None of this bullshit. Okay. I'm sick of it. Okay. I don't know what they're doing with their little games and mental games and all that shit, but come on. There's things that can be done and haven't been done and have been sitting on the sidelines. Because why? Because they're consulting an AI. You don't even know if that AI really knows what the fuck is right and wrong. You really don't. Okay. I'm sorry. this is the situation. Okay, it's not about low IQs. Okay, of immigrants. Okay, I'm just not calling you guys out. I know what you're talking about, how it plays out. But the bottom line is they've got smarts that you never dreamed of having because of what they've dealt with in their lives that have told them they maybe play dumb for you guys, okay? Because you're so fucking stupid, you don't know any better. So they can deceive the fuck out of you. Women have been doing that to
They've
men
been doing it to
forever.
Americans for 100 years,
Okay.
actually, now that you say it.
I
Now
mean,
you say
really,
it.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
These people, they have, I mean, I travel a hell of a lot and I see so much brilliance out there in the people everywhere I go. I'm not kidding. I mean, I was in a situation in Morocco. We were there at 11 o'clock at night and nobody could help us. And our cab driver, who did not even speak English, got it together and saved our asses. Okay. I have seen people in other countries have I don't know what you want to call it, a simpatico, a humanity among each other that just blows my mind. It's so amazing. So before you start criticizing, start understanding the psychology going on in these states. And they're living right next door. They've become their neighbors. You gotta understand what is that. Okay,
All right.
what's going on there?
I'm going to throw a supportive in here for you, Carrie. And I support you all the time. Not that we agree on everything. We've had extensive phone calls where you and I've gone back and forth on things, always respectfully. And you're like, I never thought of it that way too. But I'm going to make your point for you here that you're trying to make. And this was brought to me by when I was still in the world of elected politics. Met a guy in Nevada, and I just got into town. I was like, Kevin Wynn, Steve's daughter, was helping me get my business off the ground there and plugging me in. She found out about my background in California, all the stuff I did, had me over for dinner one night. Wonderful husband, Dan, great people. And of course, they learned about me and they wanted to see if they could integrate me into Nevada politics. And I'm like, absolutely not. I'm here for one reason, money. I gave 16 years of my life to this bullshit and find out that it's a crime syndicate. I'm out. That's where it ended. But I remember when I went to some event and there's this guy, he's from Mexico. He was brought here when it was very young. And he had mother here, but he found out his real mother was there. She shipped him out here so he could have a better life. And he got involved in politics, of course, successful in business too. He couldn't even speak. I mean, he was 18 or 19 when he came here, couldn't speak a word of English. Today he's very successful, probably like 12, 13 years later. And he said to me, Scott, the Republicans, you're all talking about, we need to court the Hispanic vote, because they're family oriented, all these things about what we were talking about during the post or the Bush era, Shrub Bush, the lower IQ, and since we're talking about IQ, that one. And so during this, he made this case. He said, you're misunderstanding. Their mindset is different than what you think. They're not very family oriented, very tight, multiple families living in one home together because they love each other so much or whatever. My words, not his. They live that way because they have no choice. They got to pile everybody into one single structure to actually live. And the second thing is you think that they're going to acquiesce to the Republican mindset of elected politics. Again, big misnomer. What you don't understand, their entire life programming mentally, psychologically is, if you want to get ahead in Mexico, you got to find some alignment with the political power structure that'll facilitate you having success in Mexico in this world. Because if you can't, you're going nowhere. You're going to be poverty stricken. So the dream and the goal is, how do I get close to these people or inside it to become part of it? It's the only way I'm going to have a good life from the government, which is criminal empire. Here, he said, that's how they'll see the Democrats, no matter what you say, no matter what you think about their values, because they associate with getting a nicer life from elected politicians. And who tells them every day, vote for us and we're going to give you this, this, and this? They believe. They don't understand the American ideal. They don't understand individualism, self-determination. And if you, in this country, work your ass off and use some of your brain power, you can achieve incredible things, be very successful. That doesn't exist where they come from. There's one way, one track. suck up to the political power structure, and you might get inside and have a decent life. And he said, that's why you can't just say automatically, these people are going to vote Republican because of their values. Their value is, how do I have a better life? And the Democrats will give it to them because they'll tell them flat out. That was a huge mind shift for me. So I see where you're coming from in that. I see where you're coming from in the overall narrative. You got to understand these people and how they think. Makes sense.
I agree, Scott, and I appreciate your examples there. Okay, but the bottom line is also this country was built by immigrants just like them. Okay, let's not forget that. Okay, religious oppression. That's where America comes from, where they were told, no, don't do that. No, you can't do that. All this kind of bullshit. Okay, the reality is that we need to respect them. Okay, we need to show them respect and honor what gifts they might be bringing that we don't recognize. Okay, because it's not the same language. It's just, I just want to see a different approach. I want to see a more understanding approach. I want to see Trump align himself with them the way he aligns himself, with the big wigs over in the, World Economic Forum. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn to talk their language. You got to go, maybe you have to recruit them a different way, and strong arming them is not the answer. Okay. Again, if you're a gray human hybrid, do you think that's going to mean anything to you? Somebody comes up with a bunch of padding on themselves and comes up to your door with a gun and a whole team of heavies? Come
Mike,
on.
can you explain the gray human hybrid thing? Because some people may not understand that from Carrie's background, but it's a good point.
Okay. Well, it's a huge history that we have been invaded by various ETs. And one of the main programs that we were told about that, basically it's in the X-Men series, in the one episode of Logan, the one movie, Logan. Okay. What you get is you get these children coming, they have different DNA. They were sent by our military because they were invading our population here above the border. And basically they made a deal, according to Dan Birish and I've checked all of this out, and they went south and they really went into abducting those people. You can go into southern places. I've seen films. Their entire skies are full of UFOs. That is a common occurrence down there. Okay. You don't see Jaime Maussan's films in this country. I've gone to conferences where I watched those films. Okay. They were approached by these ETs and they were doing a genetic hybrid experiment with them. The Greys do not have high emotionality. Their emotional intelligence is very low, but they do have intellect. They can move things with their mind. They have a different way of approaching reality. These are the people you're trying to fuck with. Okay. I am telling you, and I don't even know what the other races that are coming here, all because there's a huge mixture. I mean, those young men, there was a huge mixture, tons of Chinese, tons of from all the different countries in the world. They all had their own way of thinking about things. All I'm saying is I hope the Trump administration and the White Hats in particular can hear my message here, and I'm not going to bang the drum much longer here. I just think we have to look at Minnesota as a case in point. The approach is wrong. The way of dealing with so-called illegal aliens that, MAGA and all these propagandize, the hell out of close the border, do this, do that. It's not where it's at. Okay. They're here. They're already here. Hello? You know what I'm saying? You've got it's a playing field. It's different. Military people know this. They understand, right? Mike, when the playing field changes, you got to change, right? You have to adapt. You have to fucking adapt. Okay. So White Hats have to adapt. They can't use the same playbook they've used for the last 8 years. Okay. We're in a different scene now. And Go after the big gut, the crime bosses. That's my advice. Pam Bondi, look, I actually like Pam Bondi. I think she gets a short shrift because she had to work with those fuckers. She knows them, okay, intimately, I imagine. She knows, and Trump knows. See, both of them came from the same kind of thing. They came, in a sense, from the street level when it comes to crime bosses and all of that. They know the threats, okay? They know them too well. It's different when you're on that level, right? Your thinking changes when they're going to come after your kids and so on. See what I'm saying? Understanding her, and she's under Trump's thumb. So if you don't like Pam Bondi, well, then look who she's reporting to. And Dan Bongino, what happened to him? He was under Trump's thumb. He couldn't just go and throw his weight around like he does on his show, right? He had to get in line. Kash Patel, they've got to play the game the way the Trump echelons have set it up for, right? But I agree. I think there's plenty of military, even on our side, the good guys, in other words, who think different. And I think they should be listened to by the Trump administration, because the military people, Mike, you know this, they're on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
They see what's going on up close and personal. Anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely a bigger picture going on. You bring up the off-world type, and that's a play. So that has influence, and how much influence does it have? Maybe that's what Trump is. He gets his no-go from off-worlders possibly. So there's definitely a secret space program. It's absolutely. There's been so many of us that have come out and talked about it. So it is a real thing. Trump started the space program and Star Wars, whatever. It's there. It's real. So how much is that having an influence? So you have to take all of that into how